Hello. Hi, Kirsten. How are you? We are live. Why are you nervous? This is sentencing day. Today we are going to get justice for Corey. Well, as much justice as we can get, because I think there's like a limit on how many years. I think it's 40 is the limit. So unfortunately, that's all we can get. But that's better than nothing. So how is it in Germany? Deutschland. Oh, did you? Wow. Well, he reads that the judge reads everything, so that's really good. I think it starts in 10 minutes my time because it says on the things like 12:30, but I'm sure it's like my time 11:30. So I'm pretty sure. Hi everyone who's joining that isn't in the chat. Please like and subscribe. Very hot. Oh my gosh, the humidity here is absolutely awful. I think it's worse than it's ever been in this part of Texas. Hi Jenny, how are you? Oh, is that what it says? 1:30 Eastern? I could have swore it was 12:30 Eastern. Hi Barbara. Oh, is it? Well, we're just going to catch up. I haven't seen everybody all week. So, welcome everyone. If you're new, please like, subscribe, and share. Welcome to the chat. I think you left a comment on one of my videos. Did you, Barbara? I can't remember. You're cold. Oh, that's right. You have winter in South Africa, Jenny. Hi, Gwen. Oh, well, I'm early, so I was so excited. I haven't seen you guys all week, but I have been honestly, I needed this week, you guys. Oh, it's really hot in New Jersey. My relatives live in New Jersey, Barbara. What part are you from? And if I'm too loud, y'all let me know because I have a new setup and I'm still figuring it out. So I don't have my Yeti mic working right now. I have a new computer though, y'all. So tell me what you think of this picture. I'm not using my old camera anymore. Ocean County. How far is that from Rumson? Because that's where my family lives. Is up in Rumson. My cousins, they live in Rumson. Yeah, I know, Jenny. I needed this week though. I had to have it. I've needed it for healing. I got a new computer. I'm still trying to figure out. I have a new chair. It's so great and comfy. So I've been working to get this stuff together. I'm still trying to figure out this computer. I got a Mac and I'm not used to an Apple at all. Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah. I really like that area. It's so nice. It's just like so expensive. Yes, Gwen made her first YouTube video the other day and she is singing. No, you don't, Gwen. Stop it. Gwen is singing a beautiful song. And everyone has to start somewhere, you guys. So y'all remember my videos. I mean, my old computer was just trash. And I mean, I started out on my phone and then I used my laptop, and then I used my phone mostly because my phone actually had better recording. But the downloading, the editing and the downloading like took forever. The sound is better too. Okay. Yeah. But this Mac is so nice. I just have to get used to using an Apple product because I've been using Microsoft Windows for so long. I have no idea what I'm doing with this Mac. Oh, your son knows the judge and the detectives in this case. Oh, cool. Okay, okay. That's pretty cool. Oh, nice, Kirsten. Oh, everybody's getting on YouTube. So you guys, I'm gonna work on my Patreon. So the next video I post, make sure you look in the description for my Patreon account and go like and subscribe to my Patreon because I don't know when YouTube might just like kick me off. So I want to make sure I keep my members and my subscribers on Patreon just because YouTube is so picky these days and we are in the middle of an election and YouTube is very sensitive to the things you say and it's not free speech here. So, and you guys know how I am about not using YouTube friendly words because they're not real words. So I will keep you guys posted. I was just messing with Patreon earlier and I have no idea how to use it. And, but I can link my YouTube to Patreon and it can download all my videos to Patreon. So in the meantime, while I figure that out, I will let you guys know. So, thanks, Kirsten. I appreciate it. Yeah, I really like this computer. It downloads my videos like super fast. But I have not edited anything yet, as y'all can tell from my last video. It was not edited. I did not know that it wasn't playing a video. So I'm still working on that, working out the kinks, but it will happen. And Gwen, you were right. I have stuff in my lap because I like my chair. It reclines and it has a footrest. So now I can be a lazy YouTuber. Yeah, Kirsten, I've missed you. I haven't seen you in a hot minute on YouTube. So I was wondering. And then China's been out of town, so I haven't seen her. So what is new? I'm gonna look around YouTube a bit and see. So is anyone watching the Olympics? I'll be honest, I have watched a little bit of the gymnastics because I love the gymnastics. I love Suni Lee. She went to Auburn, and I'm a huge Auburn fan. In case y'all did not know that, because I'm from Alabama, so I'm a big Auburn fan, and we love Suni. So I don't like how they're like Simone Biles is the girl. I mean, she is good. Don't get me wrong, but they're like just focusing on her, and it's a whole team. So I kind of hate it that they're like Simone Biles led them to the gold. She is amazing. I'm not like discrediting her at all. She is an amazing gymnast. But it took the whole team to get there. So I feel like they're kind of downplaying what the entire team did. I haven't watched much at all. Just a couple of I've watched Sumi. I'm not watching. I'm just watching highlights of the gymnasts because I really like gymnastics. I do love track and field, but I haven't watched any of it. I don't think it's even been on yet. I don't know. I see highlights on YouTube and stuff like that, but I haven't really watched the Olympics per se. So, I'm like way early. I could have swore it was going to be like 11:30 my time, but whatever. So I'm really disappointed in the Olympics, obviously, because there's a lot of stuff going on that just doesn't make any sense. As you could tell by my last video, that I'm surprised is still up, actually. Yeah. I have y'all heard? Oh, I guess they're not starting it over. The Young Thug Rico trial, the debacle of that trial. I thought they were going to start it over, but they clearly are not starting it over. And there are a lot of people in the law and crime chat for Gregor. They're already in there talking about that, just waiting for this to start. Also today, you guys, I've already contacted Tarot Germany. Oh, cool. You know what's cool, Kirsten? I meant to tell you this, but where I work with all the older folks, we do every one Sunday a month, our director does astrology with the old folks. They like to learn about astrology. So it's kind of cool. They really enjoy it. So hold on one second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, they learn about astrology and that stuff. I don't know. I don't think they're doing tarot or anything yet, but they are learning about astrology. Let's see. Also, there was some other stuff I wanted to tell you guys. Gosh, there's so much stuff that is going on. In the world and all around. Okay, Gwen's gonna be right back. I swear, Gwen lives out in the sticks, y'all. So, in case y'all forgot, she lives like way out in Michigan, in the boonies. Don't we have other people from South Africa that come in here? It's been a hot minute since we've done a live, so. Also, anyway, what I was saying was today is also the day that we're supposed to find out if Michael's case will be dismissed. And I have texted Brian to see if it is going to get dismissed or not. Um, so I haven't heard back, and I asked Tiara. She obviously hasn't heard anything yet. So we're just gonna wait and see. But today was the day that the judge was supposed to decide. Oh, thank you. Did you see that though, Jenny? Did you see the similarities? Like it's so similar. So I was watching that on Unsolved Mysteries. It's on Hulu, by the way. But that case is literally like, I mean, so identical to Samantha Wall that I was like, what the heck? Like they had no, and they like were looking at cameras around the area. They looked at ring cameras. They looked at everything. It's a very transient uh, area, and just like everything was like almost if you could have like cookie cutted uh crime cases, they're so much alike, like so much. And and they even obviously suspected her husband because apparently they had never spent a night apart from each other, like never spent a night apart. And so it was odd that they thought, well, why would he just suddenly go out of town this one time and she was alone? Yes. Yeah. Anton, I think her name was her last name. But yeah, it was so weird. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is exactly like Samantha Wall. Like the blood, there was no footprints, and every print there was barefoot. And the I mean, just the amount of blood, the drenched, her clothes were drenched, no fingerprints. I mean, it just was crazy. And then they just basically chalked it up to, for now, that she fell down the stairs, but yet also there was stuff tossed over in the kitchen. Her phone was laying there in the kitchen. Her dining chair was knocked over, and then all of this stuff, and then also a dog. I'm like, there's a dog. So it just the similarities were just shocking to me. So and I've seen that a lot. It's so weird. You know how people are listening, somebody's listening, because like almost every case or everything that I'm getting fed into my feed is so similar to Samantha Wall's case, and most of those cases have not been solved. Most of those cases are cold cases, or they have been solved later and it's been determined to be one of the suspects that they had early on in the investigation. Oh, thank you, Kirsten. You know what? I finally found. Ooh, let me go get this makeup so you guys can try to find your match. It took me five orders, by the way. And they hate me because I'm sure Amazon is like, you're canceled because I've been returning so much stuff. But let me go get this makeup that matches your skin like literally perfectly, and it covers up all of your redness and all of your little like imperfections on your face, and it lasts 72 hours, y'all. Who the heck needs to wear makeup for 72 hours? I don't know. But I guess if you were younger and you needed to like have that walk of shame, you need that makeup to still look good, honey. So I'm just saying. But I'm gonna go get the box and show y'all. And obviously, I am not sponsored because if I was, I'd be making so much money. But it's called Tier. It's Korean makeup. Um Yes, we are, Jenny. Uh this stuff is so good. Oh, I gotta show you the compact it comes in too. I'm so sorry. Y'all are so funny. I'm like, Can y'all tell I have no friends? Okay, it comes in this cool red uh compact, and then you open it up and you have to use the sponge. Okay, you got to use this little sponge and just like dab it, but you press the sponge into the makeup, and then you just like you have to just dab it all around, and it evenly covers like your entire face. And you could this is literally my color because it matches my skin all the way down. It's so cool. So yeah, it's like perfect. But I mean, I look at it and I'm like, oh, is it too pale? But it literally matches my I'm not even this there's nothing past my chin line. So obviously this is the color of my skin. So I'm pretty pale. It's called Tear Tear. So I tried like 5 different colors before I got to the cool ivory is my color. Um, and it's awesome. If you don't have TikTok, which I didn't order it off the TikTok shop because that's what all the young kids are doing is ordering off TikTok. Um, but I got it on Amazon. They do sell it on Amazon. And I have returned several because it took me a long time to figure out my color. But I love it. It is so good. And I will tell you this though, it is like super hard to wash off. But if you want to know my skincare routine, I'll be happy to share that with you. Uh, and I can show you how I get this very 72-hour long lasting makeup off. But I have a very regimented skincare routine that is also all Korean. Um, Thank you, Jenny. Yeah, the ivory is good, but apparently you have to have cool ivory. Oh, and I'm wearing blue today for Corey. If you guys don't know, Corey, the blue is for Corey, and then the red I have mixed in for Michael because I'm hoping today he gets his dismissal. Um, so yeah, we'll see. And then my shirt is Bill and Ted 2024, Kirsten. I'm sure you know because that's Keanu. um, so uh yeah, so if you look that up, Tear Tear, you can get it on Amazon. It's really good. So thank you. Thank you so much. Maybe that person who made that ugly comment about me on YouTube will take it back. I used to sell Mary Kay. Yeah, a long time ago. I use the word sell loosely. I used to be a Mary Kay rep so that I could get the 50% discount and then sell to my friends for 50% off so that I could just keep getting Mary Kay for half off. It really wasn't, I wasn't much of a seller. I never threw parties. I never did any of that stuff. So, yeah, I had one person like a while back that was like, you're so unprofessional. You don't even have makeup on or something like that. And I was like, okay, thank you. um, there's a lot of YouTubers out there, by the way, that don't wear makeup. I mean, none of the men wear makeup. How is that even fair? Like, you don't get on the men channels and go, you're not wearing makeup. How unprofessional of you. I was just like, gosh, that's kind of rude, but whatever. I don't care. Um, but now that I have this makeup, I want to put makeup on. It's so weird. I used to wear this other makeup called Saint, and I really liked that too. But it was like I thought that was good makeup too. But I know, I know, Kirsten, it was ugly, but you know, not everybody's nice. It's okay. Um, so, uh, but it is what it is. So, whatever. We have, Yeah, I wish this could be like just a cool Zoom call, but then there'd be so many people in here. I'm hoping one day there'll be so many people in here that, I'll have to keep up. Oh my gosh, I heard this guy on one of his lives. He was like uh people were like upset that he wasn't answering all their comments, and I'm hoping one day it'll get so busy in here that I won't be able to answer every single person's comment. But yeah, I did, Jenny. um that I won't that it'll be that I'll be so like have so many comments. I'll be like, oh my gosh, I can't keep up with all the comments. But he said on his channel, he was like, I'm not gonna respond unless there's a $10 super chat. And I was like, oh, uh, so um no, we know you weren't, Gwen. We know you live out in the sticks and you don't have good service out there. But yeah, so I was like, ooh, I don't want to tell people that. That's kind of like ugly. I mean, yeah, I want $10 super chats. I want money, but like I don't want to be rude and be like, I'm not gonna talk to you unless you give me $10. So I mean that's mean. I think that's mean. I mean, but whatever, teach their own. I mean, I can't be like that. Thank you, Kirsten. You're so sweet. But yes, if people want to, I'm gonna put it down here right now. If there's people out there who want to buy me a coffee, they can do that. We can certainly do that. Okay, so let me see what is going on in the world of YouTube. So, if you guys watched my very lengthy video about the Apple River sentencing with Nikolai Mew, how do I do my eyes? It's just mascara and eyeliner. I don't do a whole lot. I don't put any. The only thing I do is I put um, a little pink around the bottom lid and underneath. That's all I do. Um, I don't do anything else. It's just eyeliner. Um, my Juma that I was joking about a couple of weeks ago. My Juma took me for my 50th birthday, and she bought me Chanel. I've never owned Chanel in my life. I do have Chanel makeup, but I don't wear it very often because I treasure it so much. I actually use a purple from Chanel that she bought me. It's a purple eyeliner. Um, I used to use black, but black is apparently outdated. So I use a purple from Chanel. It's very pretty. And I actually do the eyeliner up top around the upper part of my eye instead of down here. I do it above. And I do a line across the top. And I learned that in a K drama. I saw one of my K dramas I was watching. It's a Korean drama. And I put it above the top because she would have just one eye line right across the top. It was really cool. So yeah. Um, yeah, I know, right? And then I have to draw my brows on because I don't have brows. That's another thing. If I didn't draw brows, honey, you see me without makeup. So um yeah. And then I found some fiber mascara, fiber to make my eye because I have no lashes. I mean, I look like a dead person without anything on my eyeballs or my eyes. I always tell my boyfriend I have to put my eyes on before we go anywhere. He's like, you have eyes. I'm like, nope, nope. Yes. I love Korean dramas. So that's what I have to watch my Korean dramas to get me away from this. Like, when I'm overloaded with crime, it's crazy. So, if you watched my Apple River sentencing. I'd love to hear you guys' thoughts. I know you left some stuff in the comments about Nikolai Mew, but his sentencing was very hard for me. The video was hard because it just to me, I don't know about you guys, but for me, and I'm gonna I'll just show you guys again if you didn't. I'm sure most people saw it. You watched the video, but so
What the hell? Who is this? Yes! Yes! From the culture! From the culture! Who is that? From the culture! Who is that? Who the hell is this? Bro, doesn't matter. He said he was looking for little girl! He said he was looking for little girl! Yeah, that's exactly what he said. We're on a song. I even have that put on camera. What the hell is this guy's problem, bro? We're trying to have fun. If he's gonna close you, he's gonna claim you. We don't want this one, bro. He hit a woman? He hit a woman? You don't hit a woman. He hit a woman. The guy broke through, Mark. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Are we serious? Is it real?
well, that guy.
Who is that? Oh man! Oh my God! Is this real? Is this real? Oh my God! Oh my God! What the fuck? Is this real? Like, that's not what.
So that guy, the one who was doing all the filming, right? It just like that video is devastating to me. First of all, it happened so fast. Like I don't know if you guys like you saw that. It just happened so fast. I don't even know, like he must have come up out of the water with that knife because it just happened so fast and I mean, he struck 5 people. So I mean, he probably was just like, and it didn't show it in the video as well as I don't know how he did it, how he managed it, but like literally 5 people in a very swift amount of time. There's a lot of that video, I'm sure, that they didn't show, as they said at the sentencing hearing, that there's a lot that the public didn't see, but I don't know what we didn't see. So what I know that we saw was like that kid that was doing the filming, he was the main instigator, and he got away with just like starting all this crap. And to me, the way it looks as a parent, and I know you guys are parents, and you guys can say how you feel. I mean, what would you do as a parent? How would you feel? I mean, for me as a parent, just seeing that, my kid would, I would not be happy. I would be, yeah, it definitely slows you down. You can't like get away, even in 2 feet of water, even in 2 feet, it's hard to get away. But they pushed him. He didn't make first contact. He didn't like attack them first. So, but he didn't. So, I mean, uh, even if you don't have kids though, Kirsten, like you can tell, like he comes from a place where, like you said, he came from a place where he was in a communist country where people were dying. He has a different mentality. He has a different he's a different age, right? We're in our 50s, some of us. And he's looking at it like, this is not how you talk to people. I mean, he's shocked. He's literally in shock. He doesn't say anything. He's literally just like in shock, like, how can you be talking to me this way? I'm your elder. You guys are like a bunch of kids, and you're talking to me, and you don't turn away, like his defense attorney said. You don't turn away from someone who's calling you a pedophile and a raper. So it's just terrible. Right. So yeah, Gwen, I mean, I mean, I know God says turn the other cheek, but he also says, I mean, he doesn't tell us that we can't stand up for ourselves. And I know he says thou shalt not kill. And I don't think he intended to kill anyone, which is why he wasn't, charged with that. But I just feel like, for me, it's that these kids are going to grow up and they're going to generationally raise their children and their children and their children to think that this is okay behavior. And I find that to be just sickening. And you can tell that in today's society, that these kids today are all just victim mentality. Everybody has victim mentality. They all think that, oh my gosh, everyone, hates me. I'm a minority. Everyone's a minority now. Everyone is somehow, some way persecuted, and it's just driving me nuts. But these kids, their parents take no responsibility for how their kids were acting. Obviously, they lost someone. I couldn't imagine if it was my son that was the one whose life was taken. I don't know how I would feel, obviously, because I'm not in that situation. But I would be remiss to say, if I didn't say that I would be upset with his friends, much like Riley Strain, right? Like Riley Strain was left on the streets of Nashville by his friends. They went back into the bar and hung out all night while Riley Strain is walking the streets of Nashville, very intoxicated, has no idea where he's going, and they don't go find him. They don't go look for him. They don't even care. They keep partying all night. And as a matter of fact, the next day they continue that. And Riley is nowhere to be found. What kind of friends do you have if this is what you're doing, is acting like this, and this is what gets you? So you are the company you keep. I'm just, and I know this. We all know this. We were all young once, and we all hung out with the wrong crowd. We all did something with people that we shouldn't be doing stuff with. And look what happened when we were young. Again, I say all the time, I'm lucky I'm not dead in a ditch somewhere or in prison, because some of the people I hung out with were not the best. So, yeah, I mean, just think about the things we did when we were kids just to piss our parents off. I mean, right? Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy how you think about some of the things, but you are the company you keep. So you have to look at the people around you. And my boyfriend tells me this all the time. He's always like, you know, if somebody is not making your life better, if somebody is not making you be a better person, if somebody is not making you just want to do more or be better, like, okay, for instance, this channel, right? Like, you guys honestly make me want to do this channel. Like, you guys make me want to make videos. You make me want to do lives. I never was going to do lives. I would never have done a live. I didn't think they were going to work. I would have never done that. I would have never thought that prayer on this channel would be something that would be acceptable. I would have never thought that, you know, talking about God would be something that would have been acceptable. I would never have thought that. I would have been like pretty shy about it. But you guys make me want to be closer to God even more than I wanted to be before. Before I had my little intervention, you know, of myself. So just it definitely means the people that you are around definitely and even though you guys are from like all over the world, it definitely makes you reflect on yourself and look at who you keep around. That's why I'm not like one of those YouTubers that are like, oh, I have to have 1 million subscribers. That would be awesome. I mean, that would be amazing. Don't get me wrong. I would love to be one of those YouTubers. But at the same time, I also don't want to end up to be one of those tragic YouTube stories where they're like Mr. Beast. Look at Mr. Beast right now. He is the most famous YouTuber on YouTube. He is like so big. My nephew loves him. But now I have to just tell my cousins in Jersey, I'm like, hey, you need to watch what he's doing because now Mr. Beast is not a good. I never liked Mr. Beast to begin with because I know where he came from. I know what he started doing, and I know what he found his niche, which was how could he get more likes and clicks and subscribers, and that was by, you know, he thought, ooh, I will give to people and make it look like I'm a good guy. And thanks, Jenny. So that's what Mr. Beast did, and that's his niche. His niche is to look like he's giving to the poor and helping someone out who needs help. And he thought that was great. And then, but what he started doing was not that. What he started doing was pranks and crazy stuff with his friends and that kind of stuff. And that was fun. But now he's very controversial because he had his best friend who was a guy. And then suddenly, after having a baby with his beautiful wife, decided to become a girl. And Mr. Beast, after, you know, his old channel or his old ways, you know, they were very critical of that community and they weren't a part of that. But he kept that guy on his channel because that was his best friend. And he was like, we're not going to have any hate here. So that's fine. Totally fine. But that's not great for kids to see a dude dressed up as a woman. And the kids still love Mr. Beast, but they accepted it. And now it turns out that dude that's dressed up as a woman has been grooming children. So now Mr. Beast, who supposedly says, like, I don't know, I didn't know anything about it. Now I've parted ways with that guy, girl, whatever he is. And now there's a big controversy. I mean, you have the #1 YouTuber. This happens so much. We've talked about it so many times on this channel where I see YouTubers that get way up and then they just get knocked down. And it's all because They want to get so famous and so many likes and subscribers that they forget where they came from. And I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that person. I mean, again, don't get me wrong. I'd love to have tons of subscribers and be making tons of money and just do this all the time. But I get to do this anyway. I get to do this regardless. So, yeah, I don't, that's why I left Hollyweird. That's why I left that industry, because I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be a part of something that isn't, well, A, they don't make any good content anymore anyway. And B, I don't want to be a part of that devil's den. I just don't. So yeah, yeah, it just, you can't be a part of something that people. Yep. So that is how I feel. And I haven't gotten any really any negative comments about it. I had several people watch that video. Of course, I don't know if they watched the whole 2 hours. It was 2 hours as my longest video, but I felt that you needed to hear the defense and the prosecution and the judge. I really, really, really liked that judge. He was a very, very good judge. It's so hard to find a judge that is impartial, and that doesn't show bias to either side. He was a very good judge. I liked him a lot. So I definitely wanted to show that part of the whole thing. So I felt like it was really important. We weren't able to hear the victim impact statements, which, I kind of wanted to hear, because I wanted to see how the parents were really feeling about. Obviously they're hurt. Obviously they have a loss. So I really wanted to hear that. The girls, I felt like, why were they even involved in the situation? They came over from a whole different side of the river that had nothing to do with that situation. And also, I don't know if you guys noticed in any of the videos from that Apple River situation, no one dropped a drink. Okay. Nobody lost a drink. So they were poised enough to not have a party foul. So just FYI. But no, it's not. It's I have eyes on it. The seal is showing now, so I think it will be starting soon. It says it's starting in 28 minutes. So we will see. It's going to be sad, you guys. So let's just pray before it starts, because I don't want them to I just want to pray for, let's just pray before it starts. Okay. Dear Lord, our Heavenly Father, I just want to pray for Brianna. I know she's going to have a very, very hard time. They will be doing victim impact statements today, and I cannot imagine what this is going to be like to have to face Christopher and actually tell him what it is like to have the loss that they have had. I can't imagine what it is like to have had custody of your child his entire life, and then lose him in just a blink of an eye, and then have his beautiful life and his beautiful light just taken out also in a blink of an eye by someone who is supposed to have been his father and protect him and be there for him, and just done out of spite, and someone who is not taking responsibility for his actions. Lord, I pray that you will put your hands on the judge and have the judge give Christopher the maximum that he can give him for taking Corey out of this world where he deserves to be. And Christopher, who clearly did not have any intention of taking care of Corey and just wanted to get back at Brianna. Lord, I pray, I know you say vengeance is yours, Lord. So please, Lord, whatever vengeance you have, if it is for and in your will, please find it in your heart, in your will to give to Christopher, because Corey is not here. I know Corey is with you as an angel by your side. And I know you have Corey looking over his little sister and his mom. But Lord, please be with Brianna, be with Brianna's family. And I pray, Lord, that you will help Christopher find a way to realize that what he did was wrong. I pray, Lord, that you will find a way to break the cycle of this abuse in his family. I pray, Lord, that you will be with his parents and have them see that what is going on in this family is wrong. And I pray, Lord, that he has siblings, I know, and I pray, Lord, that his siblings also do not end up like Christopher. I pray, Lord, that Christopher will have some sort of remorse and feeling today after he hears these impact statements. I pray, Lord, that you will have Christopher see that Corey was a beautiful, beautiful little boy. And if he didn't see it while he was alive, I pray, Lord, that you will have him see it now that he is no longer here. And I pray, Lord, that you will just find a way to have Christopher find his way to you, because that is the only way Christopher is ever going to get real, true forgiveness. Lord, I pray that Brianna can find some solace in her daughter. And I pray, Lord, that you will just always, always have Corey's memory living on forever. And no one will ever forget Corey and what happened. And I pray, Lord, again, that you will just have this judge listen and understand and know that Corey did not deserve this. He did not deserve this at all. And I know this judge knows that, Lord. I know he does. But Lord, I pray that you will just allow whatever the judge sees in his heart and his mind and his soul to give to Christopher. And Lord, I don't wish ill will, obviously, towards, well, Lord, I honestly can't say that. I'm so sorry, Lord. I just want Christopher to get what he deserves. And Lord, I know you know what that is. So I am just going to ask, Lord, that you please be there for Brianna, hold her up, make her head hold high. Lord, please just be with her. Have angels be beside her as she has to do one of the hardest things she's ever going to have to do, and that is to face Christopher and look at him and say things she's going to have to say that Christopher's never known about Corey, because he didn't even know that little boy. And Lord, again, please be with all of the family. Have angels in that courtroom wrapping their arms around this entire courtroom, because everyone is going to need it, Lord. And I just pray again, Lord, that you will find a way to have Christopher have some type of remorse in his heart and find some type of way to find him to you, and have his family find their way to you, Lord, and ask forgiveness for what has happened. In your precious name we pray. Amen. Okay, let me check and see. Okay, it still has, oh, okay, we're gonna. It's not starting yet, but we're gonna share the screen just to have it up and wait. Because they are in there. Yeah, sorry, I had to take that one thing back because I didn't want to lie to God. I was like, I don't have any oil. Wait, back it up. God knows my heart. I can't lie. Oh, thank you, Gwen. Yeah, I never thought that I would, be able to openly pray. I'm waiting for YouTube to find a reason. So we'll see. That's why I'm gonna as soon as I get my Patreon figured out, I'll let you guys know. I might even just make a video to let everyone know that I do have a Patreon, because I don't want YouTube to just like take my channel away altogether. They are known for doing that. They are known for just like wiping off your channel altogether. So I want to make sure that everyone knows where to go just in case. And what's crazy is they pick on the small YouTubers. They don't really pick on the big ones. I did see a channel that they had to do that they did that to someone who actually had a very good following. And they YouTube won't give them their channel back. I think someone like hacked their channel or something, and they had to start over. And it took them a long time to build their channel and get where they were, and they lost everything. So I couldn't imagine. Yeah, Gwen, so I was going to talk about that because it's easier because you type like so fast and I can't. I have to talk to text, and then it just like I'm watching something at the same time usually, and it always picks up what I'm watching. Except my Korean dramas, it doesn't pick that up. So, have they come back with a verdict? They're still deliberating. Okay. So why is my chair not reclining back? Hold on. My chair's not reclining back and I need it to. Hold on. We're going to wait until. So I was going to talk to you about that, Gwen. So my niece is developmentally challenged or autistic. I don't know what she is, but she doesn't even know what grade she's going into. So she does not know how to shop for herself. She doesn't know how to. Jenny, I don't know anything about Patreon either. That's why I'm like, crap. I just went on it and I have no idea how to use that site. I'm on it. I just don't know how to use it. But I have it as a backup. So all my videos transfer over to Patreon. But for some reason, this channel, when I started my new channel, it's not connecting. So I have to figure out how to do that. But my niece doesn't even know how to like shop for herself. She doesn't know how to pick out her own sizes. She doesn't know what fits her and what doesn't. Bless her heart. She has been this way her whole life. And I don't think she's had any actual like guidance or been, I don't really know. And my brother, I don't talk to my brother. So I just know that he has been kind of in denial about her condition. So there's just never been any real treatment for her or any real way to raise her the way. So I feel for that girl, that Eckersley girl, because I think I can see that in my niece happening to her, like I just can see something that's similar. Oh, I'm on X, y'all, and y'all don't want to be on X. It's such a crap show right now. I can't even stand opening it up. It's just like, and then of course I'm chiming in. I'm falling for it. So I just can't stand by and watch. So I'm trying to stay off of it, but it's just so terrible. It's so political right now. It's just driving me crazy. So every time you open up X, it's nothing but, mudslinging people on there. And it's all the Democrats. It's just constantly, it's all Kamala Harris people. It's just nothing but people who are just talking so awfully about anyone who does not support Kamala Harris, which is so weird because that woman's name was not on anyone's tongue for the last 4 years. I mean, no one's been talking about that woman other than how awful she is and how unfavorable she is the few times anyone ever brought her name up. And now that's literally all anyone talks about is how she's going to save America. And I'm like, what are you talking about? What? How? What? Have you not been around the last 3.5 years? Are you kidding me? And she's running like she's black. And I'm like, what? Are I'm sorry. Uh, what is happening right now? She's Indian. She's technically Asian. I don't understand how Asians are putting up with this. That she's not even claiming her Asian heritage. I have been shunned by my own Asian community because I'm not Asian enough. Also, because I don't have the same views as my Asian community. So I have been completely shunned by my Asian community. All because I don't have the same viewpoints as they do. But this chick can completely deny her Asian heritage and decide she's black. And I'm like, what? But yet, if white people put braids in their hair, then they get called out and said they're culturally appropriating. I'm sorry. Also, exercise is racist. Everything we do apparently is racist. So I don't understand what's happening right now. It is so confusing. Exactly. She's not even half Jamaican. She's not even half Jamaican. She's 3/4 Indian. 3/4 Indian. And a quarter Jamaican. Not even. Not even. She's not even. So what the heck? Yeah, she's her dad is Indian. Her dad is like half Indian and half Jamaican. So she's not even it's just so crazy. It's so crazy. I don't understand what's happening right now. It's like why? And you guys are seeing this from other countries. I don't get it. It's and the thing is also she went to Atlanta, y'all. She went to Atlanta and tried to fake a southern accent, and then she also tried to fake like a black accent. I'm like, what? She's being blamed for something she shouldn't be? What is she being blamed for? Because I want to know. She tried to use a southern accent, y'all. She couldn't. That was like, what? Y'all know what a southern accent sounds like. Y'all listen to me all the time. Oh, that's right. I didn't get to watch that. Um I mean, I'm like, I'm rich, y'all. Somebody recognize. Can somebody recognize that I'm rich? I mean, hello. It just don't make no dang sense. Make it make sense. And then everybody keeps talking about how divisive Trump is, right? Like he's racist, he's divisive, blah, blah, blah. Y'all don't even understand. There are groups out there called White Men for Harris, White Women for Harris, Black Women for Harris, Black Men for Harris. Tell me that's not divisive. Make that make sense, y'all. Also, I learned that the Harris campaign is paying YouTubers, content creators, uh, that will go on. That's why X is so full of all this, like literally every post on X is about Harris. They are paying in cash, which by the way is against the rules. They cannot do that. Pay people in cash. They are reaching out to all content creators and YouTubers and everybody to post something that they want posted about Harris. They're paying them $150 to post something about Harris from her campaign, if they will do that. And it's in cash. They will Cash App you the money or Venmo you the money. If you'll make a post about Harris, and it has to be one of the 3 posts that they approve of. And then to make sure. So all these posts that I'm seeing about her are people being paid to post it. And they're trying to like make it look like people are flipping from Republican to Democrat. Oh, I do too. I don't trust any of them, Kirsten. Not a single one. Yeah. And it's because we're broke. And of course, like they're going to look at smaller YouTubers like me and be like, oh, they don't make any money. They're not monetized. So, or they don't have enough subscribers or whatever. So, they'll go on and they'll put something up on X or Facebook or their channel or whatever. They haven't offered me any money, obviously, because you can see how I feel. So they're not going to flip me. But I mean, I'm prime candidate. I'm Asian, and Asians all seem to be Democrat. But yeah, that's true, Gwen. I don't make any money. Yeah, it's a topsy-turvy world we're living in. I think every country has the same issues. Gwen, we're always like sharing the same brain. That's scary. If anybody's sharing the same brain with me, that's a scary brain to be in. Just so y'all know, you don't want to be here. I might need to get more tissue. Because do y'all have your tissue ready? Oh my gosh, y'all. That Sonya Massey. So that is terrible. But that's just another one of my points, right? Is those kind of cases, like people come like jumping up and down. They're available. They're there. They're present. But she died. But that's my point. Like with Michael, like nobody's around for Michael. He's alive. He has a chance. And nobody cares. But until they die. Sonya Massey, that is absolutely horrible. And that guy is pleading not guilty. And there are other YouTubers out there. There are other attorneys. There's attorney YouTubers out there that are actually trying to say that this was possibly self-defense. Y'all, I cannot get down with that. I'm not an attorney. So I cannot get down with it, but there is a portion of the video. That's what they're trying to show. There is a portion of the video that does show the water actually being tossed. But I cannot get down with that because I just can't. Even if she did toss the water, it didn't even come anywhere near him, and it doesn't to me, like, require, right, Jenny? Like, it doesn't require shooting her. Um, again, I realize that cops are trained a certain way, but they're also trained to have a taser. Thank you, Kirsten. I mean, I don't see the gun being pulled. Like, where's the taser? Um, and even if, hey, LaDonna, welcome back. I don't understand why he shot her. I don't get that. Um, it doesn't make any sense. And she called them for help. Like, it's not like it's not like she was the criminal. She called them for help. And it makes me sad. It makes me sad to feel like here she was asking for help, and she just wanted to get that boiling pot of water off her stove because, I mean, she just thought of it. I mean, it was like, oh my gosh, I have a boiling pot of water on my stove. I need to get that off of there. She wasn't doing anything, and I don't know why he thought she was a threat. They were there to help her. So that's not necessary to be like that. I don't. And then the way he treated her after he shot her, like, ew, that's not how you treat a human being. Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. LaDonna, you missed our prayer. We prayed for Brianna, and we prayed for yeah. I'm just saying, LaDonna, that's what some YouTubers, I don't know if you heard me, but there's some YouTubers out there, there's some attorney YouTubers, defense lawyers that are out there trying to say that she did, that part of the video shows that she did toss the water. Regardless, I don't care if she tossed the water. It doesn't, it doesn't, what's the word I'm looking for, y'all? It doesn't constitute what he did. It does not. It just doesn't. So that was horrible. What he did was horrible. I can't even, there's nothing in my heart, in my soul, in my brain. There's nothing, anything that like can make that make sense. There's just nothing. I mean, I can't even, like, there are some situations where I'm like, okay, there's something, I can see this, I can see that. But like with this situation, no. Trayvon Martin, no. I don't see, like, there's a situation where I'm like, no. So no. And then it's just, and not only that, but to add insult to injury, he had to be so cruel after. I'm just like, why? Why did you have to be so cruel? Like, that just doesn't make any sense. So I mean, to me, that, I don't know. I just think it's just the absolute, like, heartlessness that he showed. And he wasn't very nice from the beginning. Like, from the beginning, when he was asking her for her information, when he was asking her for her ID, and she was so scared. She was legit scared. She was legit scared and nervous. She had called for help. She literally thought something was wrong. And, oh, did you? I don't know. I don't know where they got that video that they're showing around that the water was tossed. There's a couple of channels out there that are showing that she tossed the water. I don't know. You know how they can do things and make and finagle videos now and finagle things and make things look the way they want it to. I don't know. I just know it was wrong. And what's wrong is wrong and what's right is right. It was wrong. So I just can't imagine. I mean, I guess I can. We saw it. We all saw it. And it was terrible. So I just no. Yeah, the reproductive right thing. It's not. You do have the right to reproduce. You do have the right. Everyone has the right to reproduce. Oh, the video? Oh, sorry, LaDonna. Oh, darn it. I'm still getting used to this keyboard. Yeah, you do have the right to reproduce. Everyone has that right.
I heard somebody outside.
Yeah, we checked your house. We checked your backyard. I walked all the way through all these backyards. We checked your front yard.
This guy's a butthole.
I want justice for my baby.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You killed the wrong black woman this time.
Amen. Amen.
What is your last name? Shouldn't have to think about your last name. You're not in trouble. I just need to text.
Massey.
Huh?
Massey.
Yeah. You have an ID? That'd make things so much easier. I just need just driver's license will do.
But I want to tell y'all, the sheriff is here is an embarrassment because this man should have never had a badge. He should have never had a gun. He should have never been given the opportunity to kill my child.
I don't know where my ID is.
You got that stack right there, maybe?
Oh,
1 second.
Check on her.
Let me get this.
We don't need a fire while we're here.
Right.
sorry, y'all. Sorry. Oh, dang. Hang on. The sentencing is on. I'll play it in a little bit, LaDonna. But he literally told her he was going to shoot her in the face.
For Mr. Gallucci, if he has any family members of the defense that wish to be heard, and I'll hear whether the state objects or consents to that. Then I'll hear from the state, and I'll let the state guide me as to what victims would like to be heard. Mr. Gallucci.
Your Honor, I just want to start by commending the staff that you have here in Ocean County, from the sheriff's offices to the clerks, all the people that I was involved with over the length of this trial. And even,
Hey, Gracie.
even today, they've treated me and my
Welcome.
client with the utmost respect and dignity, and they should be commended for that.
Thank you for those comments.
Thank you. Judge Sereno is here. We have a young lady who overcame many obstacles in her life and is now the mother of a new child. She is moving on with her life, but will always be reminded on a daily basis of the loss of her first child. Then we have a young man here in the prime of his career who is just convicted of very serious crimes that will lead to his incarceration for a significant amount of time. And then we have Corey, who I never had the opportunity to meet, but from the videos I've seen and the pictures I've seen, was a gregarious, energetic, funny child who loved the solar system. Christopher's parents, Dave and Carolyn, have regaled me with stories of Corey. And he's the victim here. So I'm going to rely on my submission to you. And the mitigating
I'm going to go get some more tissue, y'all. I know I'm going to need it.
Mitigating factor 2789. And I'm going to ask you to craft a very fast sentence.
Thank you. I acknowledge receipt of the sentencing memorandum by defense counsel, the sentencing memorandum by the state, some additional exhibits by the state, and a variety of letters, which I'll discuss in detail later. Mr. Gregor, sir, is there anything you'd like to say about yourself or your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please go ahead.
Just want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And Brianna, we haven't talked since Corey passed away. With everything that has been said, I just want to tell you that I'm sorry that you lost Corey. He was, to say simply, the best. I know we'll miss him for the rest of our lives. And the 2 years that I knew Corey were very difficult, but they were the greatest years of my life. And he was a happy, energetic, loving, radiant young boy who flourished in his life in all aspects the last year of his life. And sorry. That would be how I remember him. And Corey, wherever you are, I just want to say that I'm proud of you, everything that you did. The last months of his life, us three, Brianna, Corey, and me, we spent more time together than apart. All those hikes and walks, trips to the beach, time spent playing football, and all the other sports, going to Sky Zone, the park, the playground, sledding, and all of that, I saw how much Brianna loved Corey, how much he loved her, and how well we could co-parent together. Those memories and all the good times, they'll be what I remember, and they helped me get through the tough days. And I hope that they can help you too, Brianna. I'm sorry you believe I could have done this to our son, and it pains me to know that you view my actions those months together as ingenuine, that I could have hurt the most important person in my life. What happened on March 20th was inexcusable. To you, Brianna, your family, and mine, I want to apologize that you had to see Corey treated that way. He never deserved it. I understand this single moment will overshadow all of the others, but it's not representative of who I am, who Corey was, and his relationship with me and him. I want to assure you that on April 2nd, I did nothing to cause Corey's passing. I didn't hurt my son. I loved him and I still do. I regret not bringing him to the hospital sooner. I didn't know how sick he was. I didn't know. I just thought he was tired. And whether you believe Dr. Bodden or Dr. Andrews' version of the events, the outcome is still the same. Corey is gone. He had so much to give this world, and he still can. What we do in his memory, for his memory, things that he would want us to do, that's all we have now. To the court staff, sheriff officers, to the jury, and to you, Your Honor, thank you for being professional through this whole process. I understand you have a job to do today, Your Honor. Sentence me for the crimes I've been convicted of today. I ask that you please consider all of the evidence presented in and out of this courtroom when making your decision today. I ask you to sentence me fairly, taking into consideration my entire life, and not just based on the 12 days. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Mr. Bellucci, anything further from the defense side? Thank you. And I'll defer to either prosecutor for the state.
Thank you, Judge. Corey was a beautiful 6-year-old whose life was taken from him, and there's nothing that I am going to be able to say that is more important than the facts that came out in this courtroom, and more important as to what the defendant did. It is difficult to think about the suffering that Corey had to endure both during his life and during his death. It is difficult to contemplate the fear that he must have lived with every single day, doing the little things in life and even doing the simple things every time that he was with his father, the defendant. Christopher Gregor abused his son. He ended his life. And then he left him alone in the hospital to die. One can only imagine what was going through Corey's mind in those last moments. One could only imagine how scared he was, how confused that he was, how truly abandoned that he felt. And there is simply no mitigation for those actions. Aggravating factor number 1 applies. The defendant's actions were cruel and depraved beyond the elements of the offense. In regard to the endangering, Your Honor, Corey didn't merely run on a treadmill and fall. He fell. The defendant bit him on the head, and he fell 5 more times. In regard to the ending of his life, Corey suffered a laceration to his heart, but those were not the only injuries. He also had a lacerated liver and a bruise to his lungs. He suffered multiple injuries. While Corey was at the apartment, he vomited, he defecated, he endured suffering. While Corey was fighting for his life, the defendant took a selfie, not even having the decency to put a shirt on Corey. While Corey's body was shutting down, the defendant ordered food. When Corey was going into cardiac arrest, the defendant was more concerned about the date that he had set up for that night. The defendant didn't call 911. He didn't call a doctor. He didn't call an ambulance. He did nothing. And this added to the suffering that that little boy had to undergo. The defendant then throws Corey in the back seat of the car where he is left all alone. When the defendant gets to the hospital, he tells the staff not to contact Corey's mother. While he's on the phone with Corey's mother, he does not tell her where Corey is. Not only did he end Corey's life, but he took away his last moments that he had with his family. And there is no mitigation for that. Corey did not pass surrounded by those he loved, holding his hand, comforting him. He passed alone with strangers. Aggravating factor number 2 applies. Corey was particularly vulnerable and incapable of resistance. And this goes beyond the elements of the offense. It goes beyond the father and son relationship and the young age of Corey. The defendant abused Corey. He utilized this relationship of abuse to effectuate his crimes. He relied upon the fact that this little boy was scared and wasn't going to tell in order to do what he did. He was particularly vulnerable due to how little he was, due to the relationship and dominance and control, and also due to the fact that he did have learning disabilities and maybe couldn't communicate as well as others, especially at that age. Aggravating factor number 3 applies. There is a risk that the defendant will commit another offense, and the state asks that heavy weight be afforded to that factor. The defendant in this particular case was motivated by anger at Corey's mother, anger at the situation, and he punished Corey for this. And the rage that he displays shows us that he is a dangerous person with no impulse control, and he will commit more crimes. The defendant has shown a complete disregard for the law, for DCP&P, and the court system. The morning of Corey's death, the defendant called DCP&P, blaming others that he was not responsible for doing anything to Corey. But meanwhile, he was the only person who had been abusing him. He manipulated the system, and he used the system so he could effectuate his continued abuse and ended Corey's life. During the trial, he attempted to change his mother's testimony and referred to this trial as a game. Well, it's not a game. Corey's life was taken from him. The defendant has failed to take responsibility for his actions at the time of the offense, and anything that we see in court here today, the state submits, it is only for the benefit of the defendant. The only thing Christopher Gregor cares about is himself and self-preservation. When the defendant believed that Corey had passed and he leaves the hospital, he put as many miles between what he did as he possibly could, showing his failure to take responsibility and the fact that he will commit additional offenses. He only came back to New Jersey because he hadn't been charged, showing the fact that he will commit additional offenses. Aggravating factor number 9 applies, the need to deter, and the state submits that heavy weight should be given to this factor. It goes without saying, Your Honor, that it is society's greatest interest to protect its children. Simply, there is no society without children, without the next generation, and a sentence should be imposed to deter anyone from abusing, hurting, or ending a child's life. There are no mitigating factors. Defendant's argument that mitigating factor number 2 applies and that he did not contemplate that the conduct would cause or threaten serious harm is without merit. A jury listened to the evidence and concluded that the defendant caused Corey's death while manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life. Mitigating 7 does not apply. The defendant has not lived a law-abiding life. And while the state recognizes that he does not have any indictable superior court convictions, he has had contacts with the law for years in New Jersey, in Maryland, in Florida, and Connecticut. Although any of these things individually may not mean a lot, when you look at them cumulatively, he has not lived a law-abiding life. Mitigating factor 8 does not apply. The defendant's conduct was the result of circumstances likely to reoccur. Defense attorney's argument in the sentencing memorandum somehow that Corey had an EEP and he was a new father, none of this shows mitigation. What it shows is a particular vulnerability of Corey. The state has also reviewed some of the letters that were submitted on the defendant's behalf, and the state submits that none of those letters show any type of mitigation. And there just seems to be a lack of concern or a disregard as to the facts that came out during the trial. And based on all of these things, Your Honor, the state is asking for the maximum sentence allowable under the law. I know that the victim's family is present and they would like to address the court.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And where would you like the victim's family to address the court from?
It's my understanding, Your Honor, that they are going to proceed up to the witness stand.
And I know we've had some people testify at trial, so obviously your full names were provided then, but if you qualify under the Victims' Rights Act, so you don't need to provide your full name. If you'd be more comfortable, you can just provide your first and last initial. But if you are comfortable providing your full name, then you're welcome to do that too. So I'll let you tell me who would like to come up first.
Your Honor, I believe that Corey's grandfather would first like to speak, and he would like to actually read a letter from Corey's aunt, if he may approach.
Hi, sir. Sure. Come on up. Thank you.
Okay, you guys, I hope you have your tissue ready.
And again, you can either provide us with your full name or just your initials.
Sure. Vito Michelo.
Thank you, sir.
The
Thank you.
Corey's grandfather. Thank you. My daughter has a letter that my youngest daughter that she it's too emotional to read, so I'm going to read it, and it's something that I believe in strongly in her words. Your Honor, I am Corey Michelo's aunt. I am writing this victim impact letter and asking that you give Christopher the maximum sentence possible for the following reasons. To start off, I was very involved in Corey's life from the day he was born, as all of us were. Corey's death at the hands of Chris, a person that was supposed to love him, had left a hole in the hearts of all his family, including myself. I can assure you that Corey was always happy and loved child, up until the day Christopher entered his life. I was there the day Corey was dropped off by Christopher for the very first visit. I remember that Corey went to the room when he got home, and I noticed his lip was swollen. Upon asking him what happened, he told me his father slapped him. This goes to show Chris's intentions from the very first visit. Chris immediately chose to exert power, control, and violence to establish fear in Corey, instead of showing love, caring, established respect between them. During Christopher's visitations, I was often given the painful job of being the one to get Corey to the DCPNP worker. Many times when he showed up, he would hide in the closet and beg not to go, to the point of having a panic attack. He would tell me how scared he was of his dad and to please not make him go. As much as I wanted to tell him he didn't have to go, I didn't have a choice in the matter. Sadly, this continued for the rest of Corey's life, very short life. This is the painful reality of what Corey and my entire family had to deal with every single time he was forced to see Christopher. I think it's only fair that Christopher has to finally face the consequences of his actions. The jury of his peers found him guilty, and I urge you to make him remain in prison for the maximum amount of time possible under the law. Corey didn't have a choice and wasn't shown any mercy. So either should Chris be given a choice of shown any mercy. I would go on and tell you stories. I could go on and tell you stories about the abuse Corey unfortunately had to endure. I truly hope you heard enough during the course of the trial and will render a significant sentence that forces Chris to understand the magnitude of his actions and deters others from abusing innocent children. Thank you for your time, Corey's aunt, Nicole Mitchell. I just want to add that for me and the times I spent with Corey, how he was trained to not say anything because he knew the ramifications. He couldn't tell me that was happening. I wanted him to tell me because I wanted to try to address it. I did try to address it with DCPNP. I made the phone calls, but he was definitely afraid of this guy. And in my short amount of times interacting with Chris, he's definitely got a very bad anger streak in him and a hate streak in him. So like I said, and like she said, please, you know, what he said is not true. He's a very hurtful person. He's very mean. And if he has a chance to do it again, he will do it again. So thank you, sir.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Lento.
Your Honor, I believe that Corey's grandmother would also like to address the court.
Hi, ma'am. Thank you. Please watch your step. And you can either give us your full name or just your initials.
Rebecca Mitchell, Corey's Gmont.
Thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, I want to start by thanking you for allowing me to address you today. I will not stand here and tell you that I forgive this monster, because I don't, and I will never. You'll never hear those words come out of my mouth. The actions of this man have greatly affected my life, the lives of my 2 daughters, my 2 sons, and my granddaughter, and 19,000 others from around the world, including Corey's teachers and doctors. On April 2nd, 2021, this man lost control and he beat my grandson, and he denied him medical attention for several hours, only taking him to the hospital by car when Corey was within an hour of death, and leaving him to die with only a nurse and hospital staff around him, denying my daughter and myself to be with Corey, and denying Corey the comfort of having people who loved him with him as he took his last breath. This is not a man who should be shown mercy. My daughter slept in my bed many nights since Corey was murdered because she was afraid to be alone. We have nightmares. I see that treadmill video in my nightmares. That video that this monster sat in this courtroom and watched and didn't shed a tear, not 1 ounce of remorse. I'm being treated for several mental health disorders since Corey was murdered: PTSD, nightmare disorder, depression and anxiety. I'm on several medications to get through the day. I can't work. I'm no longer living, Your Honor. I'm existing. Your Honor, this man took advantage of a 16-year-old child when he was 21. He used alcohol and drugs, and Corey was conceived as a result. Corey was the dirty little secret that Chris never wanted anyone to know about. He demanded an abortion. He met Corey when he came home from the hospital. He knew Corey existed, but hid the truth from his family for years. None of the Gregors wanted Corey. David Gregor told me Corey should have been aborted. This man has a long history of alcohol abuse, 2 DUIs, drug abuse, domestic violence resulting in a restraining order, and child abuse that started long before he had visitations with Corey. He abused an ex-girlfriend's son while they were living in the Gregor home in Monroe Township. The DCP&P case was closed after the girl moved out of state. The system failed Corey, but Chris Gregor and his family also failed Corey. This man has never had to answer for any bad behavior. It seems it always went away somehow. Your Honor, my life will never be the same. Corey was wanted, loved, and doted upon by my family. We enjoyed watching and helping Brianna raise him. I have difficulty going into a store and seeing little boy clothes and toys that Corey would have loved. In September, when everyone is preparing their kids to go back to school, I wonder what backpack or shoes Corey would have chosen. I can't go to my nephew's house or my great nephew's birthday parties because seeing them makes me sad. Corey should be at those parties. I find myself looking at kids who are the age Corey would have been, and I wonder what Corey would look like now. I cry several times a day. My physical appearance has changed. My health has declined. I've aged. I'm angry, sad, bitter, and mostly I'm broken. This man has shown no remorse as he sat through the trial. I watched every second, and he didn't shed a tear for Corey. He's had discussions with fellow inmates about wanting Brianna to be killed. I'm sure he doesn't think we heard about that, but with social media, things do get out. This is not a man who can be rehabilitated. My family lives in fear, wondering if he will attempt to have my daughter killed, because we all know what he's capable of. My granddaughter visits her brother's grave and sits on the ground and plays with toys left there for Corey by strangers from all over the world. This makes me so sad. Watching Brianna watch her daughter play at Corey's resting place. And Corey wanted a baby sister so bad, and now she's here, but he's not. And Chris Gregor is the reason he isn't here. I often wonder what or how we will explain to my granddaughter that Corey isn't here. Do we tell her his father killed him, so then she can wonder if that's what daddies do? Your Honor, Corey also wanted a father, but instead he got this monster who ridiculed him, deprived him of food, love, compassion, and beat him and abused him daily until his final beating on April 2nd, 2021. Your Honor, Corey knew he was going to die. On the Sunday prior to Corey's death, just 5 days before his death, Corey was at my house and preparing to take a bath. When he undressed, he was covered in bruises in various stages of healing. One stuck out because it was very large, and it was on the left side of his chest. I had to turn away so Corey didn't see the tears in my eyes. Once Corey was dressed, we sat in my bed. Corey looked at me and he said, "Hey, Gima, does God see what my daddy does to me?" I told him God sees everything. His voice got very low. He said, "Why doesn't he help me?" My heart was breaking as I told him that God was helping someone else who needed him more right now. Corey then asked why his daddy wasn't going to hell. And I replied, "He will someday." That same Sunday, Corey was outside writing with chalk on the sidewalk. Later in the day, Brianna and I noticed that Corey had written, "I died," near our front door. Corey's curiosity about God, heaven, and death grew prior to his death. On April 2nd, when Corey was getting ready to go back to Chris Gregor's house, I told him, "Take my cell phone and hide it and call when, not if, when his dad beats him." He said, "Gima, I can't." I told him to run to a neighbor, to which he replied, "I can't." His little face so serious. Corey knew nobody could help him. He knew he was going to die, and he accepted it. Your Honor, my conversation with Corey 5 days prior to his death and the day of his death will forever haunt me. My family was not allowed to be with Corey as he took his last breath because this man wouldn't tell us where Corey was. We weren't allowed got to see Corey after he passed at the hospital because he was now evidence. My 6-year-old grandson was dead and now labeled evidence. This is what I have to live with every single day. Corey was taught in preschool by a lovely teacher, Kristen Oyen, that actions have consequences. Please teach this man that his actions have consequences. On May 1st, 2014, Corey Travis Mitchell was born. I was there holding Brianna's hand, and I was there to cut Corey's umbilical cord. When he was placed in my arms for that very first time, I whispered, "Hi, baby. I'm your grandma. I'll love you and protect you forever." Your Honor, I wasn't able to keep my promise to protect Corey, so I'm begging you to give Gregor the harshest punishment possible today. Corey Travis Mitchell loved the solar system. He loved to draw. He loved his mommy and his family. He was smart and funny. He loved helping others. Corey wanted a daddy, but instead he got this monster, Gregor. Your Honor, please give Corey justice today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Ms. Lento.
Thank you, Judge. I believe that Corey's mother would also like to address the court.
Hi, please come on up. Please watch your step. Again, you can use your initials, your full name.
Brianna Mitchell.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Your Honor, my name is Brianna Mitchell, and I appear before you today not only as a grieving mother, but also an advocate for justice. On behalf of my son, Corey, I stand here before you to plead for justice that Corey rightfully deserves, and to press for the maximum sentence of Christopher Gregor, whose actions have inflicted irreparable harm in our lives. For you to fully understand the gravity of the situation, I will flash back to the July of 2013. This day marks the beginning of a traumatic journey defined by manipulation, abuse, and ultimately an unspeakable loss. At 16, I first met the defendant, who was 21 at the time. He proceeded to feed me drugs, alcohol, and took complete advantage of me, which led to the conception of Corey. From day one of my pregnancy, I knew I would keep Corey regardless of the way he was conceived. Corey didn't ask to be brought into this world, and I knew I owed it to him to bring him into this world with unconditional love. Corey was and still is my life, my world, and my everything. I would also like to speak about my past, which I am not 100% proud of. You heard a lot about it throughout the trial, and so did a lot of the world. It was very upsetting for that to come out because I've worked extremely hard for many years to be where I am today. I admit I abused drugs, but during the trial it was made out that for some reason my son deserved to be killed because his mom was a drug addict. That is absolutely disgusting. I stand here today clean and sober, and I know Corey would be so proud of me. Unfortunately, my son is no longer here to tell his story, so I'm here to be his voice and tell his story along with all the others sitting in the gallery who have continued to stand by me. Not once have you seen the defendant shed a tear for Corey in the last 3.5 years since he killed him, and today was fake. I don't believe a word he said, and I don't accept any apologies. He has no remorse for any of the actions he committed, and his only remorse, like we saw today, was for himself because he got caught and convicted. Another reason I could think of is, everything he had done to Corey was done out of spite towards me. Another reason I could think of is he's sick in the head and used Corey as his punching bag. On April 2nd of 2021, it was not the first time that he abused Corey, but it was the last time. He never had an ounce of love for Corey, And to the defendant, Corey was just an inconvenience in his life. He never hugged him. He never praised him. He never told him he was proud of him or that he did a good job. He punished Corey every chance that he could get, and I cannot even begin to imagine what my son dealt with behind closed doors with this man. On April 2nd of 2021, I hesitantly dropped Corey off at the defendant's home, which is a mistake that will haunt me for the rest of my life. I kissed my son goodbye unknowingly for the last time. I wish I knew what was going to happen and I would never let him go. At 3 p.m. the same day, I received a phone call from the defendant where he stated Corey was very sick and he was taking him to the hospital, and then hung up on me after he asked for my insurance card. As an extremely concerned mother, I called him back with no answer and continued to do so along with texts for hours to find out where Corey was and what was going on. For those few hours, my mother and I called every hospital in the area with no luck. The very last hospital finally said he was there. Then there was a knock on the door. It was our local police there to tell me Corey had passed away. My healthy 6-year-old boy who was just alive and well with me a few hours ago is dead. My heart dropped and my whole body collapsed from the shock that took over my whole body. I was unable to breathe. My mind was racing and I felt like I was no longer inside my body. All I remember is screaming that they had the wrong child because Corey was fine this morning. I actually convinced myself that it wasn't him and they had the wrong kid for a while. My next question was, where is Chris? I needed to know what happened, and he was nowhere to be found until the next day, when I found out he was in Tennessee. No one was able to tell me what happened to Corey except Corey died at the hospital. I couldn't even see my son until a week later at his funeral because his body was evident. But the defendant took away my chance to say goodbye to Corey while he was passing away. And not once did he pick up the phone he was using to converse with many of his girlfriends, to call 911, to seek medical attention, which could have potentially saved Corey's life. Instead, he allowed Corey to suffer silently for hours. Once he realized how bad it was, he threw him in the car and then proceeded to drive 15 minutes to the hospital. He slowly walked Corey into the hospital with no sense of urgency, even when he knew how bad his condition was. I fully believe that if we took Corey to the hospital as soon as he received the lethal blow, he could still be here today. There were many steps he could have taken to save my son's life. Instead, he sat home and let Corey slowly die for hours. Every day since April 2nd has been an absolute living nightmare, and it is now the new reality for me to replay Corey's horrific death repeatedly in my head. It's the first thing I think about when I wake up in the morning and the last thing I think about before I fall asleep at night. I dread normal conversation with people because I always get asked, how many kids do you have? I say 2, and they follow up asking how old are they? That's when the grief sinks in, and I have to tell them my 6-year-old was killed by his father. It is such an indescribable feeling when I found out I was pregnant with my daughter. A sense of guilt was all I could feel. I wanted more kids, but how do I love another child? Is it fair to Corey? That is all I could think about. Now I know this is not true, and I love my daughter with all my heart, but I always will feel an emptiness, no matter how many children I have. My new reality is explaining to my daughter what happened to her big brother and why is he not here. I live in fear every day, every second of the day that something will happen to my daughter, and I will lose her too. It's a horrible feeling, and it causes me such bad anxiety. I take her to the cemetery to see Corey every weekend, and at 1.5 years old, she knows where Corey is, buried. It is every week. It is heartbreaking. She sits and plays with the cars and toys we left there for him. I live in a nightmare, and I would never wish this feeling or how I must live on my worst enemy. Throughout everything he did to Corey, Corey still loved him. He looked up to you, and he still wanted to be. I'm sorry. And he still wanted him to be like a real father who treated him like a son. Instead of being a good role model for Corey, he decided to beat him to death. Why? Were you jealous of him? Did you hate me so much that you took it out on Corey? Were you abused as a child? Not that that's a good excuse, because you could have overcome it and became the protector he needed as a child, but instead you became a killer. And there was no amount of love in his actions, and only a disturbing amount of hate. It seems like he hated Corey simply because I loved him, and he felt deprived of that love. He couldn't even control himself for long because after the first visit with my son, he started abusing him. My son didn't even know him, and he was beating him. He was abusing him from the first time. I thank God. I hate you for not letting me say goodbye to my son, but I thank God your face is not the last one he saw. I'm sorry. What this monster did was pathetic, disgusting, and I wish him nothing but the worst. One could only hope that karma comes to him quickly. After all he's done, you would hope he'd admit what he's done, but no. Instead of grieving, I had to fight for justice for 3 long years. Go to trial just to relive everything. I had to see that video that I never wanted to see. I didn't have to see it until 2 weeks before this trial. I went 3 years without seeing it. Oh, I'm sorry. Just for you to be found guilty anyway. What was the point of that? Just to make it worse for us? Are you that crazy that you convinced yourself you didn't do this? I hate you. I will never forgive you. And I'm going to skip that one. You have stolen my full potential happiness. And I will never have my son back. My family will never feel whole again. My daughter will never get to meet her brother. And my boyfriend will never get to be the father that the defendant should have been to our son. He took my whole world away from me. He has shown and proven to be that special kind of dirtbag he claimed I was. Your Honor, all this monster had to do was say he did not want to be a father. No one would have made him. I would have happily continued to raise my son alone with the help of my family. He had many opportunities not to do this to him. He is in this current situation due to his own actions, and every day he will have to live with this. He deserves nothing less than to experience the pain, suffering, and isolation that he inflicted on Corey. I hope that every moment he spends in prison is haunted by the torment of knowing he killed my child. I fear when Christopher Gregor gets out of jail, whenever that is, he will come after my family and I again. I fear for our lives. His twisted mind truly thinks that I caused all this and that he's in jail because of me, even though he's here because he killed him. I truly believe if he ever gets out and gets the opportunity, he will kill me. Your Honor, Corey should be going into 5th grade in September, hanging out with his friends, playing sports and enjoying his life. Instead, he will never experience finding his first girlfriend, graduating high school, falling in love, driving a car, getting married, or having kids. Christopher robbed him of his entire future, and Corey could have easily lived until he was 80 years old. He stole over 70 years from Corey and thousands of memories he could have made. I will never see my son again. I miss him and I love him so much. There are countless reasons Christopher deserves the maximum sentence. He rejected what I considered a generous plea deal, which shows how selfish and ignorant he is as a person. I beg you to not allow this injustice to continue, and he must face the full consequences of his actions. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Your Honor.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Ms. Linda.
Your Honor, the state would move for imposition of sentence. I don't know if counsel has anything else.
You previously asked for permission to play some video. You wish to do that? Mr. Galucci, do you have something else?
Yeah, Your Honor, Mr. Gregor, if you would allow it, at this point, would like to address the court.
What's the state's position?
Your Honor, we would defer to the court.
So I offered you that opportunity earlier, and I don't want this to become, I was about to ask Ms. Michelot to address her comments to me, but I don't want this to become an attack by one family on the other. I'd be happy to hear comments directed towards character issues or the sentence to be imposed, not to refute topics that are outside the scope of this trial. So with that proviso, I'll be happy to hear from, you're talking about David Gregor, correct?
I am.
Yes.
I haven't spoken to him, so his son would like him not to speak.
Well, I'm not going to take a position one way or the other. Mr. Gregor, I recognize you obviously from testifying at the trial. If you'd like to speak. I have your letter. I read your letter and your wife's letter.
To be honest with you, having just learned I had the opportunity to speak 5 minutes before we began, I actually would like to read the sentence letter as it's all factual information and is related to the last year and a half before he's left.
So it's questionable whether or not you actually have the right to speak. What I indicated to Mr. Galucci is my practice typically is to exercise some discretion to allow an immediate family member of a defendant to speak. But I've read every single letter submitted on behalf of the defense. And so I have, and your letter is 8 pages, single spaced. So I'll be happy to hear some comments from you or some summary of that. But I mean, I can read, sir, and there's no point you reading all 8 pages again for the benefit of whoever. I have it. I've read it thoroughly. So, but again, I'd be happy to hear from you by way of whatever you'd like to add or summarize.
Your Honor, if you don't mind me summarizing on the fly, I think there's factual information that refutes some of what I just heard.
Your Honor, the state's going to object to that. I mean, we're here for sentencing. The defendant has been convicted by a jury of his peers. Him making, at this point in time in the sentencing, factual discrepancy arguments is not appropriate, and we would object to his comments at this point.
So first, let me say that despite all of the information that's been submitted by both sides, I'm not allowed to sentence someone for things that haven't been proven. So while I appreciate people have made various comments about conduct outside the scope of these crimes, I'm just simply, and I was going to place the detailed reasons on the record why I'm not permitted to consider certain things. So you may not need to refute the things you need to refute, but I'm going to exercise my discretion and allow you to provide some type of verbal statement to the court that you believe is relevant to the sentencing, with the understanding the state can object in the middle of that if it becomes improper.
Thank you, Judge.
I just ask you to perhaps move up a little bit so we can make sure we pick you up on the court's recording system. That's perfect, sir. Yes, sir. Please go ahead. Yeah, that's fine.
I just want to hear what he's going to say.
For when we were allowed, my wife and I, for every day I could do that hearing, there was a lot of information in terms of Corey's upbringing while he was at the Gregor house in Monroe Township. And quite frankly, there were some references today to it that alluded to the fact that he was abused during that time period. At the first visit, which I was a part of, he left with a bloody lip, and he did, from getting a soccer ball in the mouth when he bent down to pick up the ball. I think, in all fairness to Chris, despite the fact that we looked at a 12-day time period in terms of determining his guilt, that you look at the holistic life with Corey from the day he entered the Gregor household on the first visits to the point where they left and they went to Barney. I think it's unfair to say that during that time period, he was unhappy, he was afraid to go to the Gregor house at first when he was doing the visitations. He liked nothing better than to come to our house. He was treated like a king. Many times he was supervised with myself and my wife. His turnaround in school was absolutely incredible. He came to us classified as emotionally disturbed. And part of the reason that we agreed as a family to assist Chris in bringing him to our home was the background that not only Chris had with schooling and dealing with children who had those kinds of disabilities, was because of my involvement with my children and bringing them up through the education system. I listened and I heard about socioeconomic as to why he was doing so well with us in terms of his development, and I think that's just totally unfair. Corey thrived when he was in Monroe in every aspect. His speech improved, his ability to go from classes where he needed constant help to thriving in a general education class, to the markedly increase of his grades, to his social ability. He joined all types of sports. Chris was actively involved in everything from soccer, basketball, baseball, whatever he could play, Chris fostered it. Chris volunteered to coach. To say that he was unhappy and he was abused, it didn't go on for the 8 months he was at our house. And I can say that on behalf of my wife, my other son, and my daughter, who interacted with him daily. When I hear stories about how he was afraid to come to the house and talk about certain things that Chris did, there are many things he shared with me that I'm sure you don't want to hear in terms of his treatment beyond our house. It's in my letter, and I know you've read it. I also know that you have access to DCP&P reports. There's a lot of factual information that didn't come out in the trial, and it's a shame. I know you considered, the judge, the jury considered all of the evidence that was presented. The problem is all this information went out through the media, and only one side went out. You've noticed since day one that my family and I sat back and said nothing. There's much we could say to counter what was being presented here and what was being presented in terms of attacking us on social media. There's so much more to say. I trust that you've read the 8-page letter. I had only hoped that the information in there, and it's all factual information, it's all backed up by going to a police report, a DCP&P report, statements on the telephone, everything that I said, there's a piece to back it up. It's evidence. It's not my opinion. It actually happened. The problem is those 8 pages are not read to anyone else. It's going to be up to me and my family subsequent to this to get that information out, because what was presented here is so one-sided. I don't know. And I don't use the word fair or equitable, but in terms of Corey's upbringing and how well he was doing, it wasn't talked about and it wasn't presented. And I think that's a shame.
Thank you for your comments, sir. All right, anything more from the state?
Your Honor, we do have some pictures we would like to show the court regarding Corey. Thank you.
He looks so much like Chris, too. Like, how can you look at your son who looks so much like you and do what he did? Look at him. That's true, LaDonna. Look at that baby. Oh. Literally every word that came out of that man's mouth was about their reputation. That's really all he cared about, what people are saying about them. And he looks just like Christopher. It's crazy. And for what Brianna went through to keep that child and love him as much as she did, that's an example right there, you guys, of pro-life. She was taken advantage of. She had her baby. The Gregors act like he was only thriving when he was with them. He looks like he's thriving just fine with his family before they came along. Yeah, of course she went through something like that. Everyone's been picking on her about that. My God, she was assaulted. She was impregnated. She had to deal with that somehow. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying, you know, people deal with things in their own way. We've all been through something and made poor choices. I mean, just period. If we were all our poor choices, we would all be just terrible people. I'm just saying. If we were all defined by the poor choices that we made. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's very many people on the planet that has not at some point in their life. It's just a coping mechanism. It's unfortunate, but it is. Oh, that's cool.
Thank you, Your Honor. This case is about Corey, and the state would move for imposition of sentence.
So thank you. The record will reflect that the state played a PowerPoint type video presentation of approximately 3 or 4 minutes of certainly non-inflammatory pictures of Corey, many of them appearing to be when he was engaged in certain activities, others appearing to be perhaps some class pictures or school pictures. The court notes that that is specifically permitted under the Victim Rights Act, New Jersey Statute 52:4B-36.1, not only allows the survivors of a homicide victim to play, to speak at sentencing, but also to present a photograph comprised of a still photograph, a computer-generated presentation, or a video presentation of the victim. And even there was no objection, I wanted to place on the record that that is what's occurred, and the pictures were all thoughtful presentations of Corey as a boy up to approximately 6 years of age. I'm going to make a series of findings and review some facts. I appreciate you had your client stand. When I get to pronouncing sentence, I'll ask him to stand again. So first, there's a pre-sentence report prepared in this matter, which the court's required to consider. It confirms that defendant was found guilty by a jury verdict on May 31, 2024 of counts 1 and 2 in indictment 22-07-1332, count 1 being endangering the welfare of a child, a second-degree crime for events occurring on March 20, 2021, and count 2, the lesser-included offense of aggravated manslaughter, a first-degree crime for events occurring on April 2nd, 2021. Defendant is now 32 years of age. He reported to the pre-sentence investigator that he's in poor physical health as a result of sports injuries, including a left ankle injury. Those injuries are not particularly relevant for sentencing. Defendant has been able to receive appropriate care in the Ocean County Jail, and the New Jersey Department of Corrections would be able to provide appropriate care for any such injuries. He reports being in good mental health. He graduated Monroe High School in 2010, and he attended various colleges, first in Connecticut and then transferring to various other locations, ultimately attaining a Bachelor's of Science degree in psychology in 2015 from Ashford University. He thereafter continued his education, attending a master's program at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, where it's reported he obtained a master's degree in special education with a secondary degree or certification in mathematics in 2019. Part of the testimony at the trial was that the defendant was working as a teacher in a program for underprivileged or disabled children for approximately 4 years when he returned to New Jersey after learning that he was Corey's father. He has no military history. He's single. His only child was Corey, who's obviously the victim in this case. Thereafter, the defendant also had some employment in construction. He has a substance abuse history by his own report of alcohol and marijuana, which he describes as only socially, and prior cocaine use, which he describes as, quote, rarely, close quote. In terms of treatment, defendant attended a treatment program via Catholic Charities in 2019 for marijuana use, as that was ordered by the Division of Child Protection and Permanency, otherwise known as DCP&P. In terms of prior contacts with the criminal justice system, the defendant has no ascertainable juvenile record. The pre-sentence report provides information about criminal record, not only as an adult, but as a juvenile in this or other states or in any United States court. So as an adult, defendant had a municipal ordinance charge against him for loitering in Jamesburg in 2011, for which he received fines in municipal court. That's not a crime or offense under the Code of Criminal Justice in New Jersey. It's a local ordinance violation and is of somewhat little to no weight really with respect to this sentencing. In February of 2020, defendant was charged in the borough of Spotswood with marijuana offenses and pled guilty or was found guilty of possession of drug paraphernalia with intent to use, a disorderly persons offense in New Jersey. That is not a crime or a felony level or indictable offense, but it's a disorderly persons offense. His next reported contact was the endangering charge and the homicide charges. In this matter, the court has received numerous character letters from both sides. Or I should say character letters from the defense and victim impact letters. Let me make clear what I have considered and what I'm allowed to consider in this matter. I've always considered the pre-sentence investigation, as I'm required to do that. It's mandated by both statute and court rule. The excellent sentencing memoranda submitted by both sides. The character letters submitted by defendant's friends and family, as I'm required to consider those. The state has submitted additional exhibits, which I've reviewed, and we'll talk about in a moment. And I have considered those letters submitted on behalf of Corey by persons who qualify as members of Corey's family and/or qualify under the Victim Rights Act to be able to submit information to the court. The court staff has also received several hundred letters from around the country and, in fact, from other countries by persons who do not meet the definition of being heard as a victim under the Victim Rights Act or the Victim Rights Amendment to the New Jersey Constitution. In a homicide case, the victim includes a spouse, parent, legal guardian, grandparent, child, sibling, domestic partner, or civil union partner of the decedent. New Jersey Statute 52:4, uppercase B-37. So I'm not permitted to consider those letters or review them. My court staff engaged in an excellent system to screen me from things that I'm not permitted to consider, and no part of my sentencing decision today is based upon those letters. I certainly respect everyone's right to have an opinion, but a sentencing proceeding in a criminal court is not permitted to be based upon a popular opinion poll. Instead, I'm required to make my decision based upon the Code of Criminal Justice in New Jersey, the aggravating and mitigating factors set forth in New Jersey's sentencing statute 2C:44-1, and the Supreme Court and appellate precedents that are binding upon me. The letters I have reviewed, however, that are permissible for me to review, present two diametrically opposed portraits of the defendant. Defendant's friends and family characterize him as a loving and caring father, that he gave up his career teaching in Baltimore and returned to New Jersey upon learning that he was Corey's father in approximately 2019. They claim that Corey was the center of defendant's universe. He took Corey hiking, on trips to the beach, bought him a bicycle. After residing at his mother and father's house for several months, he moved to his own address, a multifamily complex in Barnegat, where he could enroll Corey to school. Family indicates that at times Mr. Gregor was able to work remotely so he could care for Corey a greater period of time. They claim that Corey's grades improved, his subject matter skills improved in school, his behavior improved. Refer to the fact that defendant had an apartment with a separate bedroom for Corey where there were toys, a bed, and furniture. Many of the letters express a great deal of frustration and even anger about comments on the internet and the intense social media coverage given, as well as some of the news media coverage. It's not appropriate for this court to respond to the comments people have made on the internet. I did not review them, and I don't intend to. Many of the letters on behalf of the defendant also talk about various custody and parenting time issues and that litigation, some of which was relevant at trial and was discussed. But this is a criminal sentencing proceeding, and it's not an appropriate forum to relitigate those custody orders. Many of the letters submitted on behalf of the defendant also indicate agreement with the opinion expressed by Dr. Michael Bodden. It's at times criticized me for not somehow telling the jury to accept Dr. Bodden's opinion over Dr. Andrews. Credibility questions are reserved exclusively for the jury, and that is whether it be a fact witness or an expert witness. Anyone who's here for the trial knows I gave the jury detailed instructions with respect to every expert witness. I read a separate instruction on the jury's evaluation of expert testimony. A jury can accept all of an expert testimony, part of it, or none of it. And that was the jury's province to do so. It was not for me to interfere with that. In fact, it would have been inappropriate for me to interfere with that. Both experts were well qualified. While Dr. Bodden may have somewhat more notoriety, Dr. Andrew was obviously a well-qualified forensic pathologist with years of experience and even a pediatric specialty. Defendant's mother and father wrote very detailed letters to this court. I have no doubt that they are genuinely suffering as a result of this. They indicate that they lost their first grandchild as a result of it. Defendant's father submitted an 8-page letter where he expresses how the loss has affected him and his wife, as well as a great deal of comments with respect to, or I should say a great deal of frustration with respect to the comments on social media. Defendant's mother also submitted a very heartfelt letter about how this has affected her as well. Defendant's other family members and many friends submitted letters attesting to his character. There were 14 letters on behalf of family members, 23 letters on behalf of friends. I've considered them to the extent they're appropriate. However, one thing is important to address. Many of the letters submitted on behalf of the defendant tried to portray the treadmill incident in a certain way. They indicate that defendant Christopher Gregor was a driven athlete, that he learned as a child, if you fall, you get back up. And they tried to portray the treadmill incident as simply that. If you fall, you get back up. That is an unreasonable and inaccurate portrayal of what we all saw on the treadmill incident. You cannot analogize that treadmill incident to a young boy or girl learning to ride a bike without training wheels and falling. Son, get back on and try again. That's not what we saw in the treadmill incident. The victim side has submitted a variety of letters which present a starkly different picture. They portray the defendant as a monster. They described acts defendant has committed against Brianna, Mikolo, other acts against Corey, and even against third parties, all of which were outside the scope of this trial. The claimed defendant has a long criminal record, that he's been convicted of offenses. Some of that was mentioned by the victims today, the victim representatives that spoke today. The court can only sentence a defendant for what he's been convicted of, not for actions described respectfully in hearsay accounts that are not supported by criminal judgments of conviction or some other finding by a court or written admission by a defendant or oral admission under oath by a defendant. In fact, courts are not permitted to use what's called as propensity evidence absent a prior criminal conviction. The state has also submitted for my consideration a series of exhibits detailing police reports or at times reports from campus security officers at various colleges. The vast majority of those incidents appear not to have resulted in any criminal charges. A couple of incidents appear to have resulted in some criminal charges, which were ultimately dismissed. And as I say, the pre-sentence investigation report would include anything that would result in a conviction, even something as simple as a municipal ordinance or a DUI. Every day when I do sentencings, I see someone has a DUI in this state or other states. There's no DUIs listed on defendants' criminal history. Some of the things that the state has submitted are relatively minor. A campus security report of a security guard going to a dorm room, finding 8 or 9 students and a bunch of empty cans of beer. Even if that were accurate and proven and something I could consider, it's really not of much consequence. Some of the other things are a little less flattering. There's police reports from all the states that Ms. Lento indicated. But as I said, it appears almost none of them resulted in charges, and there were no convictions if there were any charges. The state relies upon a rather outdated case called State versus Green from 1973, asking me to rely upon these things so I can get a composite picture of the whole person. And in that older case, our courts used to consider that a judge could rely upon charges that have been brought and dismissed to determine whether or not the defendant was deterred from future conduct. In other words, you were fortunate enough to have the charges dismissed, therefore you should be deterred from future criminal conduct. And while that sounds rational enough, our Supreme Court in 2015 made clear that that is not proper for a sentencing judge. In State versus KS 220 New Jersey 190 at 199, a 2015 New Jersey Supreme Court case, our Supreme Court made clear that it is disapproving of Green insofar it allowed courts to consider arrests or dismiss charges as it relates to deterrence. It made clear that deterrence is directed at people who have been convicted of wrongful acts or have otherwise admitted wrongful acts. I don't mean admitted them in a line in a police report. I mean admitted them under oath or admitted them in a written statement or a Mirandai statement or something to that extent. So while everyone tries to paint a very unflattering picture of the defendant, I don't have the luxury of considering those hearsay documents. There's plenty of times here that a police report's been inaccurate. Many of the incidents submitted by the state involve allegations of campus security officers about 6, 7, 8, 10 students, of which the defendants once mentioned. So whether they're accurate or not, there's not accurate proof before me to rely upon those. There's also been some suggestion about, in some of the letters submitted, about favoring one side or the other in this trial. Let me make clear, I had no prior involvement or knowledge of Mr. Gallucci. I never met him prior to the first time he appeared for Mr. Gregor. I have no knowledge of the Gregor family or anyone associated with the Gregor family. If I did, I would have disqualified myself from the case, like I do every week when, for some reason or another, I know something about a person, a defendant, a case, a witness. There's plenty of other judges that I would just I would have the case sent to. So now I have to gauge in a consideration of the aggravating and mitigating factors that are presented here. The state is entitled to be a forceful advocate for its position, and it advocates that I find aggravating factors 1 or 2. Aggravating factor 1 is appropriate when considering the nature and circumstances of the offense and the role of the actor in committing the offense, including whether or not the offense was committed in an especially heinous, cruel, or depraved manner. Aggravating factor 2 is appropriate when the gravity or seriousness of the harm inflicted on the victim, including whether or not the defendant knew that the victim was particularly vulnerable or incapable of resistance for a variety of reasons: advanced age, ill health, extreme youth, like Corey being young, or for any other reason was substantially incapable of exercising normal physical or mental power of resistance. So at first review, clearly you could say that those factors factually apply, and they do factually apply. But the analysis is not that simple. The question is whether they legally apply such that I can find them for the purposes of sentencing. Again, I don't have the luxury of expressing a personal opinion. I'm guided by our sentencing statute and the Supreme Court and appellate precedents, which I must follow. It's well settled that elements of a crime, including those that establish its grade, may not be used as a judge as aggravating factors for sentencing of that particular crime. Our Supreme Court has said to do so would result in impermissible double counting. In other words, counting the element of the crime and then increasing the sentence by saying it's particularly heinous or cruel. State versus Lawless, 214 New Jersey, 594 at 608, a 2013 case. State versus Krumphold, Kromphold, 162 New Jersey, 345, 353, a 2000 case. Our Supreme Court has said that sentencing courts must scrupulously avoid double counting facts that establish the element of a relevant offense. State versus Fuentes, 217 New Jersey, 57 at pages 74 and 75, a 2014 case. Ms. Lento argues that the acts in this case go beyond the elements of the offense, and she's a zealous advocate and she's entitled to argue that. However, with respect to the heinous nature of the acts, aggravating factor 1, whether something's heinous, cruel, or depraved. The jury instruction on endangering the welfare of a child contained various elements that the state had to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Included in that element was cruelty. In fact, that appeared on page 16 of the jury charge, and it has a long definition. Of note includes inflicting upon a child unnecessary suffering or pain, either mental or physical. The willful act of omission or commission whereby unnecessary pain and suffering, whether mental or physical, is caused or permitted to be inflicted on a child. Or exposing a child to unnecessary hardship, fatigue, mental or physical strains that tend to injure the health or physical and moral well-being of the child. Also, a detailed definition of abused, which is substantially similar. I read these in detail to the jury at trial. I don't need to read them now, but despite the zealous arguments by the state, that cruel, heinous act is an element of endangering the welfare of a child. What makes the treadmill video endangering is not one slip on the treadmill video. Now, although no one's specifically said this, I guess it could be argued that endangering the welfare of a child applies to a victim under the age of 18. And this could have happened to someone who was 16 or 17, and therefore, because Corey was 6 and a small child, that makes it worse. But this type of abuse wouldn't have been successful, for lack of a better term, on a 16 or 17-year-old. A 16 or 17-year-old would have been able to run on a treadmill, would have known how to get back on. The abuse on the treadmill is only inflicted because Corey is of that youth. So aggravating factor 2, that Corey's incapable of resistance because of extreme youth, is again an element of the offense. You can't picture a high school 17-year-old or 16-year-old being put in that situation. You can picture, and we all pictured and we saw it at length, Corey being put in that situation because of his youth and his father's ability to control him. There's no audio in the treadmill video, but obviously Corey's getting back on the treadmill, not voluntarily, and then towards the last 2 falls, Corey's picked up by his father and put back on the treadmill. So those are elements of the offense, and as much as I would like to say, yes, they're present, they're not legally sustainable, and all I'd be asking for is an appellate court to tell us they're not legally sustainable. So I can't find aggravating factors 1 or 2 because the offenses include that. The same is true with respect to the aggravated manslaughter offense. Not only did the state have to prove the defendant caused Corey's death recklessly, the state had to prove the defendant did so under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life. Again, in the jury instructions, I advised the jury of what that means, that the state had to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant acted under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life. And that phrase does not focus on the defendant's state of mind, but rather on the circumstances under which he acted. In light of all the evidence, the jury had to find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's conduct resulted in a probability of death as opposed to a mere possibility of death. And if so, the jury could then find, as it did, that the defendant acted under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life. So, therefore, on the aggravated manslaughter charge, I can't say I'm going to double count and it was extremely heinous and cruel, because extremely heinous and cruel is an example of conduct manifesting extreme indifference to human life. And one of the reasons it's extremely indifferent is because it was perpetrated on a 6-year-old, 60-pound boy who obviously wasn't capable of resistance. So for those reasons, I respectfully disagree with the argument that I could find those factors. I can find aggravating factor 3, that the defendant is likely to commit a new offense. Based upon the defendant's disorderly persons offense record, based upon the defendant's attempt to influence his mother's testimony, which caused defense counsel to then forego calling his mother as a witness. His mother had testified at pretrial hearings before this court outside the presence of the jury. After one of those hearings, defendant, speaking to his mother on a recorded line from the Ocean County Jail, engaged in attempts which the state portrayed as attempting to influence or tamper with her testimony. The parties came in the next day outside the presence of the jury, or the next court day, and brought that to my attention, submitted a transcript to me, and the parties also indicated that the actual recording is worse than a reading of the cold transcript. I'm permitted to consider that because that was evidence on this record and shows someone who, even in the course of the trial, with extremely effective and experienced criminal defense counsel, was still trying to undermine the criminal justice process. I'm also permitted to consider defendant's attempts to flee the jurisdiction after Corey's death on April 2nd, 2021. He did not simply leave the hospital and drive to, say, a relative's house or to some other location close by. Defendant drove all the way to Arkansas. I don't know, and I didn't allow an answer to the question of whether or not he was on the way to Mexico, because that would have been speculation, but he was, by Detective Sergeant Raymond Cole's testimony, 45 minutes from the Texas border. Never once in this case has anyone submitted there were any relatives in Texas or in Arkansas, but the behavior was, in an understatement, peculiar at least. This was not a defendant that left and went a few miles away. It's true the defendant did turn around at some point. His father testified at his father's urging to come back, likely because it made him look guilty, and it certainly did make him look guilty. I'm also entitled to consider, as aggravating factor 3, that the defendant committed these 2 separate acts on separate dates, that the treadmill video shows a callous display of the defendant towards Corey. In addition, despite a long prison sentence, the defendant can still commit new crimes while incarcerated. Someone who's violent, who lacks impulse control, who's motivated by anger, can reoffend while in a correctional setting against corrections officers, civilian correction staff, medical staff, or other inmates, particularly if another person is vulnerable, incapable of resistance. But it's worth describing some other aspects of the treadmill video. We will, of course, focus on Corey's repeated falls on the video, what can be really described as the child being ejected off the video, almost like on a conveyor belt. And I remember the reaction from the jurors when they first saw it. They sucked in their breath when they saw that. And then you see Corey getting back on, and it happening again and again. In fact, even before the first fall, you see this young man get on a treadmill and run like he's a champion. I can't imagine a 6-year-old who was able to do that. I was so surprised by that. He obviously knows how to use that treadmill. And then he's doing a great job for several minutes while his father is working out in the gym, doing various exercises. And then his father comes over and starts to increase the speed and perhaps the incline. And Corey tries to keep up. And you keep, when you're looking, you keep hoping that, okay, it's only going to be for a short sprint, but it just keeps going. And you see on the tread, Corey falling further and further behind. Defendant doesn't walk around behind him to grab him, and you see finally he can't keep up. And then to everyone's horror, you see what happens as it goes on 5 more times. Mr. Gallucci described that to the jury in his opening statement as horrifying, told the jury they were going to find it horrifying, and that was obviously strategic to try and minimize the impact of it. But because it is so horrifying, what do we kind of discount in the rest of that video? It's actually 4 separate videos, but the totality of the circumstances from when Corey arrives at the apartment complex and goes into the gym with his father till he leaves. You see Corey being brought into the parking lot by his mother and getting out of the car. You see the defendant approach the car. There is no loving interaction between Mr. Gregor and Corey. There's none of the kindness you would expect to see from a father who claims to have left Baltimore, given up his career to come home to New Jersey and be a father. There's no little pat on the back, no hug, no high five to Corey. Corey goes right in, and the state alleges that defendant puts up 2 fingers to say you're 2 hours late, and that's your punishment. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but there is a shot of him holding up 2 fingers. And then after Corey falls repeatedly, and then they walk out, there's no loving interaction. There's no pat on the back. Good job, son. There's no hug. Are you okay, son? There's nothing. In fact, the defendant walks out, and Corey is trailing behind him, having to grab the door himself. And I'm not denigrating Corey when I say that, but he's being treated by the defendant like he's the stray dog following along. So while I respect the character letters I received saying what a loving father he is, a picture is worth 1,000 words and a video is worth 10,000 words. So whatever happened that day, Corey was not receiving love or companionship or kindness or support. He wasn't even receiving what could be described as a tough father who's going to raise him to be a man. Get back on the bike when you fell off. That was abuse of the most egregious sort. And it doesn't square with the defendant's statements today. Now, to say that, however, I'm not suggesting that Corey was mistreated at his grandparents' home in Monroe. There's nothing to indicate to me that what happened at his grandparents' home was anything other than appropriate. His mother and father testified, both the mother outside the presence of the jury, the father inside the presence of the jury. Although I don't want to get into all the social media attention, I would say that both sides, Corey's mom's side and defendant's parents, have a right to closure in this matter. And this venom back and forth should not be directed by either side. The individual responsible for Corey's death and for Corey's endangerment stands before the court today in a green and white jumpsuit, and the focus should be on him. Based upon all that, I find aggravating factor 3 is present, and I give it moderate weight. I say moderate weight because of the lack of a serious record. But let's talk about that record for a minute. The pre-sentence report confirms that this marijuana offense, again, it's not an egregious offense. In fact, the under 50 grams is no longer a crime or offense in New Jersey. The drug paraphernalia, which the defendant pled guilty to, is a disorderly person's offense still in New Jersey, so I'm allowed to consider it. It has a February 2020 date of violation, and just a week or so later, the imposition of a fine. But why is that date so significant in 2020? Because this is the man that returned from Baltimore in 2019 to come back and take care of his child, to give up his career, to be a great dad. We didn't have to do that. He could have said, listen, I've relocated. I didn't know I had Corey. I'll pay child support. But he's portrayed by himself and his family as being this unselfish, altruistic person that gave up a career with Urban Teachers, that left a position where he obtained what appears to be an extraordinary education, a master's degree in special education with a secondary degree in mathematics at what is by all accounts a nationally, if not world-renowned university. But he came back here and he gets arrested for drug use at a time when he's going through custody battles. So I'm going to come back. I'm going to come here. I'm going to try and be the best father I can. I'm going back and forth to family court. There's all these orders back and forth. the mother who admitted it, that she struggled with substance abuse, but yet I'm going to place myself in such a reckless situation that I get arrested, to the point where defendant was ordered by the Division of Child Protection and Permanency to attend a treatment program through Catholic Charities in order to be approved for parenting. So that adds to my finding as to aggravating factor 3, that the defendant, even under those circumstances, was motivated to commit low-level drug offenses when he had everything to lose and nothing to gain by them. Aggravating factor 9 is certainly present. That is the need to deter this defendant and others. That is both known as specific deterrence and general deterrence. While I've not found aggravating factors 1 or 2 for the reasons I stated, it is clear that the offenses in this matter involve cruelty to this particularly young child of tender years who was incapable of resistance. That mandates the court place heavy weight on aggravating factor 9, so it provides strong deterrent to this defendant, as well as strong deterrence to others who would commit crimes against children, particularly children of tender years such as Corey. Defendant's a big, strong individual. His family has repeatedly talked about his athletic prowess. He was not only a high school but a college football player. The pre-sentence report details his height and weight. 6'1", 220. Corey's a little boy, was a little boy, and he deserved protection from his father, not abuse from his father. Mr. Gallucci has been a zealous advocate, and he has both in writing and orally argued for a series of mitigating factors. Mitigating factor 2 can be present when a defendant did not contemplate that his conduct would cause or threaten serious harm. While I respect defense counsel's position, everything you see on that treadmill contemplates at least the threat of serious harm. In fact, it's almost difficult to accept the medical testimony that the treadmill did not cause serious injuries. Dr. Andrew, I believe even Dr. Bob, testified there were some abrasions, some bruising, but Corey did not sustain serious harm from that. But any reasonable, objective person watching that video would certainly say it threatened serious harm, particularly for such a small child. It would threaten serious harm for an adult to be on a treadmill and not be able to keep up, and then to try and jump back on. And I don't think the 6-year-old was jumping back on his own initiative. He was doing it because he was scared, he was being told to, and he was following his father's directives. So there's no basis to find that mitigating factor 2 exists. Mitigating factor 7 has been argued that a defendant has no prior history of delinquency or criminal activity or has led a law-abiding life for a substantial period of time. So I'm required to give some weight to that factor because the defendant has no felony level convictions in this or any other state, no indictable crimes in this or any other state. He has one ordinance violation and the one drug paraphernalia that I just talked about. So while not perfect, it's certainly not a serious record. Despite everything that everyone has said about arrests in other states, it's a little difficult to accept that if someone's arrested multiple times in all these jurisdictions, that no prosecuting attorney chose to file charges, or if they did, they were very quickly dismissed. So the speculation that this defendant has a serious record is just unfounded. I'm confident that the prosecutor's office would have submitted to me records of convictions that they existed anywhere. I mean, there are times I get records of convictions from Puerto Rico, and it takes the prosecutor's office a great deal of time and effort to get those. So here we have a series of police reports, which I can't consider. They're mostly one-sided hearsay anyway, but I'm not permitted under the case law to consider those. So I have to recognize some weight to be given to the lack of a record. So I give it moderate weight. But as I said, the disorderly person conviction is particularly telling because of the date involved. And it's when the defendant should know better, and he should be a law-abiding citizen because he's trying to battle for custody of his child. So why engage in that drug use? And that's particularly true because The defense has, and I'm sure they felt obligated to, continue to raise Corey's mother's drug use, particularly during cross-examination at trial. So I find mitigating factor 7, but give it moderate rather than heavyweight. Defense counsel has also argued for mitigating factors 8 and 9, and they're somewhat similar. 8 would be appropriate when the defendant's conduct was a result of circumstances unlikely to recur, or the defendant's character and attitude indicate that he's unlikely to commit another offense. Those two mitigating factors, 8 and 9, are counterparts to aggravating factor 3, the risk to commit another offense. I've already found aggravating factor 3 exists, and it should be given moderate weight. Therefore, it's generally considered inappropriate to find mitigating factor 8 or 9. But regardless, those factors are not present, period, for the reasons I've indicated. I agree with the position of the state and the victims that defendant was motivated by anger, that he took advantage of someone who couldn't resist, someone of tender years, incapable of resistance. The treadmill video demonstrates Corey's fear. Someone who does that, who has that disposition, is likely to reoffend. Therefore, 8 and 9 are not present. Although not argued, mitigating factor 11 is likewise not present based upon defendant's injuries as reported in the pre-sentence report, for the reasons I've indicated, that the sports injuries and the left ankle injury can certainly be addressed by medical staff in any correctional facility, and if not, that correctional facility would transport the defendant to a hospital to be treated. So therefore, those do not overcome or even lessen the presumption of imprisonment. Based upon all the foregoing, then, I'm clearly convinced that the aggravating factors substantially outweigh the mitigating factors. So now I need to impose sentence, and then I'll address the state's request for whether the sentence should be consecutive or concurrent. I've appreciated that everyone has asked me to impose the maximum sentence. And I appreciate the emotion that's involved, the comments, and you've heard many of the things I just said about the treadmill video and the callous behavior. Imposing the maximum sentence is just legally unsustainable by me. There's no appellate court that would say someone with only a very, very minor criminal record should get the maximum. It just doesn't happen, despite the public perception that it should happen. So on count 2, aggravated manslaughter, I sentenced the defendant to the custody of the Commissioner Department of Corrections for a term of 20 years, subject to the No Early Release Act, New Jersey Statute 2C:43-7.2, such that he has to serve 85% of that sentence before being eligible for parole. On count 1, endangering the welfare of a child, a second-degree crime, I sentenced the defendant to the custody of the Commissioner Department of Corrections for a term of 5 years. The defendant has 885 days of jail credit. So I have to address the request for consecutive sentences. Again, there's a great deal of guidelines the court has to follow and a great deal of Supreme Court case law on this. The factors involve, first, the principle that there should be no free crimes. Secondly, whether or not the crimes and their objectives were predominantly independent of each other. Whether the crimes involve separate acts of violence or threats of violence. Whether the crimes were committed at different times or separate places, rather than being committed so closely in time and place as to indicate a single period of aberrant behavior. Whether the crimes involve multiple victims. And whether or not the sentences to be imposed are numerous, meaning multiple counts. Here we have 2 counts. With the proviso, again, that can be no double counting of aggravating factors.
Welcome. Yeah, but he's going to get time served for some of that, Kirsten.
When there are multiple crimes involving multiple victims, the law is that the total impact of singular offenses against different victims will generally exceed the total impact on a single victim. We don't have that here. We have a single victim. But first, not to impose a consecutive sentence for the endangering would be to make that endangering offense a free crime. And one need only view the circumstances of the offense and the video to know it shouldn't be a free crime. The crimes are somewhat interrelated. They're not completely independent of each other, but they are predominantly independent of each other. Corey was subjected to an awful time on the treadmill that I've described. It was brutal to watch that treadmill video because you rarely see a child essentially inflict harm on himself in the beginning until his father starts to put him back on it. So it doesn't take a vivid imagination to consider the fear Corey's in at that point. The two incidents are approximately 12 or 13 days apart, although they both occur in Barnegat. They're at different times, and they are at separate places, although relatively close together, the gym at the complex and the defendant's apartment at the complex. But they're not so sufficiently close in time as to be a single episode of aberrant behavior. This is not someone that went and committed 4 car burglaries in a parking lot, one after another, which would be a single episode of aberrant behavior. They clearly involved separate acts of violence and or threats of violence and harm to Corey. The second act being the ultimate act, which was successful in ending his life. They don't involve multiple victims. So I conclude, for those reasons, that it would be to send a message to the public, to the defendant, and to those who abuse children, that you can get away with one offense if you get caught on the other. And that's simply inappropriate for deterrent reasons in general, or for specific deterrence in this case. And therefore I conclude that count 1 and 2 should be consecutive. The law requires me to make a additional statement on the overall fairness of a consecutive sentence. This is a requirement imposed by our Supreme Court in State versus Torres, 246, New Jersey, at page 246, a 2021 case, where our court held that the trial judges to make an explicit statement of fairness that explains the overall fairness of the consecutive sentence. So first, I've imposed sentence on the second-degree crime at the bottom of the second-degree range. Second-degree range is 5 years to 10 years. I conclude that if I were to go greater than the bottom of the second-degree range, I would be subject to an abuse of discretion as that being excessive. Secondly, the endangering sentence is not part of the No Early Release Act. It does not contain a court-imposed period of parole and eligibility. It's referred to as a flat sentence. Additionally, I conclude that the consecutive sentence is fair because of the reasons I just articulated about no free crimes. Defendant is 32 years of age. Absent some unusual medical event for a young person, he will eventually be released to his own liberty. He will eventually be a free man to walk around. Corey, of course, will not. So this is not the functional equivalent of a life sentence, despite the imposition of a consecutive sentence. It's also fair and just, given some of the testimony by Dr. Andrew, who testified in great detail about this, got down off the witness stand, went to the large screen TV and pointed out the bruising all over Corey's body, and testified about the injuries and bruising of different ages in different levels of healing.
40 years.
Demonstrating the doctor's concern about ongoing abuse. We had pretrial hearings about this. The state in count 1 endangering originally alleged abuse was occurring from December of 2020 through March of 2021 up through the date of Corey's death. I concluded that, really to protect the defendant's right to a fair trial, I concluded that many of the other incidents were attributed to normal childhood activities.
Oh, thanks, Carly.
Going hiking and getting a branch and it comes back from a shrub into the tree, playing sports. And because there was what I found to be insufficient medical documentation or medical testimony that those instances were attributed to abuse, I did not allow them in. But Dr. Andrew, who did not testify in that pretrial hearing, but testified later, was very compelling about those levels of injury and their different states of healing. Kids get bumps and bruises. Corey had more than bumps and bruises that you would see on a 6-year-old. So for all the foregoing reasons, I conclude the imposition of a consecutive sentence is overall fair under the circumstances of this case. The state's taken an additional position that I should impose the least restrictive or flat prison sentence first, such that it precedes the more restrictive prison sentence, meaning that the defendant should serve the endangering sentence before the aggravated manslaughter sentence. There's a very difficult legal analysis associated with that. I rely upon State versus Ellis. It's an television case from 2002, 346 New Jersey Super 583. And a Supreme Court opinion in State versus Pierce, P-I-E-R-C-E, 220 New Jersey 205, an Supreme Court decision from 2014. It is legally possible. In fact, what the Ellis case says is, while it's not illegal, it's difficult to justify. And it typically runs afoul of certain sentencing guidelines, and it may interfere with the expertise of the parole board in determining when a defendant should be released on parole. And based upon both of those decisions, I conclude that I cannot impose the least restrictive sentence first without engaging in an abuse of discretion. So therefore, I direct that the No Early Release Act sentence on the aggravated manslaughter count run first, followed by the flat sentence on the endangering count, such that the aggregate sentence is 25 years and that the jail credit of 885 days comes off the aggregate sentence. Another condition of the No Early Release Act is that defendant shall serve a 5-year period of parole supervision upon release, that he shall provide a DNA sample and pay for the cost the same. There are 2 $50 victim of crime compensation assessments, 2 $75 safe neighborhood assessments, 1 $30 law enforcement training and equipment fee. The superintendent of the institution where defendant is incarcerated will draw sufficient monies in an amount not to exceed 1/3 of the inmate's total income as may be required to pay these assessments. The Office of the Victim of Crime Compensation Board submitted a request for restitution for funeral expenses. There's been testimony during the course of the case about whether or not defendant's parents paid for funeral expenses, whether or not the Ms. Michelo's family paid for them through the VCCO office. I've considered, am I supposed to hold a hearing on that? And I conclude that the parties need closure in this matter. They don't need another hearing on whether or not those expenses actually went to the funeral, or and the VCCO letters also refers to some other expenses not associated with the funeral that may not be directly attributable to defendant's conduct. If these were out-of-pocket expenses by anyone qualifying as a victim, I'd be inclined to consider them further. The Office of the Victim of Crime Compensation Board exists for the benefit of victims. It charges, the defendants are assessed, like this defendant's been assessed, 2 penalties for that, to fund that. And I conclude at this point that it's not appropriate to order that restitution because of the questions concerning who paid for the funeral. And more importantly, I would have to do an analysis of the defendant's ability to pay now or in the future. He's been incarcerated for the last 885 days. He's been unemployed. He clearly has no ability to pay now, and he has little ability to pay for the next 25 years. So I conclude for those reasons that mitigating factor 6 is not present. There's no restitution to be paid, no ability to pay restitution. Therefore, I do not order restitution. If there's any bail in this matter, it's discharged. There are no dismissals. Madam Clerk, is there anything else I need to address? And Mr. Gallucci, we get his appeal rights form? All right. Anything further from council?
No,
All right.
Judge, thank
Thank you, everyone, for your excellent presentations. That concludes the matter.
Thank you.
Okay, so 25 years, that's what we end up with out of the 40 that was the max. Unfortunately, judges have to take into account prior record, prior all kinds of things. And like someone mentioned in the chat, this judge is very thorough. He's trying to avoid an appeal. If he had given him the 40 years, he probably would have had an opportunity to appeal, had his sentence lowered. And I know it's not what obviously everyone wanted. Everyone wanted the max sentence. But unfortunately, there are laws and precedent and all of these things. I know, Kirsten. So much like we saw in the Apple River trial, how they say that he got 20 years and it sounded like he got 40 years. It did sound like he got 40 years, but his are concurrent. Hi, Brandy D. How are you? Concurrent means that it happens at the same time. So that's why he got 20 years. That's why they said 20. Because that means he's going to serve all of those, that what it sounded like 40 years is going to be combined together. So it means it's going to be happening at the same time. The consecutive means that it's going to be happening in sequential order. So that means that he's going to serve the 5 years first, and then he has to start serving the 20. So he's basically going to serve half of the 5 years because he's going to get credit for that 800 plus days he's been in jail. So he's been in jail for almost 2.5 years. So he'll serve half of the 5 years, and then he'll start serving the 20 that he has to serve, as Gracie corrected me, 85% of. So he has to serve 17 years of that. So he's basically going to be in prison for nearly 20 years, or about 20 years total. He's 32 right now. Is that right? 32? Is that what he said? So he'll be in prison until he's in his 50s. So he'll still be pretty young. He'll be, 52, 53 when he gets out. Hi, Trial Junkies United. Welcome. Yeah, so he's still going to be pretty young. It unfortunately is what it is. And I think that sucks. He took his son's life in a horrific way, and as you can see, he took zero responsibility for that. So, I just thank you for joining, you guys. If you haven't already, please like, subscribe. I appreciate it so much. But I'd love to hear you guys' input. I know you're probably speechless and shocked. Yeah, now I have 2 Brandys. Yes, he is still going to be young enough to live a life. And, that is sucky. Yeah, so that's another thing, right? You're right, Carly. Unless he does something stupid in prison, or unless something bad happens to him. I don't know. You never know. That's 20 years. He's at least going to be there for 20 years because he does have the 5 year, which he'll serve at least 2.5, almost 3 years of that. And then he has the 17 of the 20 he has to serve if he's good. If he's not good, he could serve the whole 20. So, I mean, he could be 55. I know, LaDonna, it's so crazy because the judge in the Apple River trial, who I like a lot, he said he thought our justice system was the best justice system in the world, but it's not perfect. That was a good phrase that he said. It is not perfect, but we do have, for lack of a better phrase, what he said, we do have one of the best justice systems in the world, but it is definitely not perfect. There is more work to be done. The bad thing is every state is different, right? Like, I didn't know that judges in Wisconsin have discretion for sentencing, and he definitely had discretion, which I appreciated because he did give the guy in the Apple River sentencing. Luckily, he is not having to serve his sentence the way it sounded. He got 40 years, but it's all combined together in a concurrent sentence, thank God, because that man's not going to survive in his health. So I can, we'll see how he's treated in prison. And he does have a temper. He does think he's, better than everyone else, smarter than everyone else, so we'll just have to see what happens. But I don't know. But the judge, I want to say, wow. Imagine being a good judge like he is, not like the judge in Samantha Wall's trial or a few other trials we've seen where the judges are like so snarky, or like Bev. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, LaDonna. I have my very strong opinions about that trial. I don't think poor Nikolai is gonna be able to survive long in prison. Bless it. He's been in jail though for a long time, and he's made it. But he does have a very bad heart, and so I feel badly for him. I think those kids were very entitled and rotten, and all that. So. The Ashley Benefield trial judge is very good. There's still some very good judges out there. But like Bev, like Judge Van Houten, hey Lindsay, hey sis. But I think, it's hard to, so on that note, for defendants, like, it's really hard, right? You're at trial. You can't necessarily show a lot of emotion when you're at trial, because if you show emotion, then it makes you look a certain type of way. If you don't show enough emotion, it makes you look some certain type of way. You're just kind of going off what your defense attorneys are telling you to do, because you don't know how to act in court. So if you show remorse, it makes you look guilty. So if you don't, thank you, Trial Junkie. If you, I know, if you show remorse, it makes you look guilty. So you don't want to show remorse if you didn't do anything right. If you feel like you didn't do anything wrong, you don't want to be like all remorseful and stuff. So like, if you feel like you really were defending yourself or what have you, you don't want to be all like, oh my gosh, but at the same time, he did take a life, as far as Nikolai is concerned. And then you look at Christopher, regardless if he purposefully obviously he purposefully took Corey's life, but he should have been like something, but he was nothing, and he still took no responsibility. So yeah, and at the end of the day, Nikolai took a life, at the end of the day, right? But I did not. I was too busy crying. I honestly, this is very triggering for me, this trial. So, yes, he did. His actions after, and all I can chalk that up to, LaDonna, is shock. I don't know. I really don't know. I can't explain that. It's true. So, the Apple River trial was just very, I don't know. I would just I would be upset with my child if he acted that way. For Christopher, this trial is very triggering for me. The victim impact statements were very triggering for me. The grandmother, there's just a lot. There's a lot in that's a lot. So, I'm sure they will appeal, because everybody appeals. So yeah, he cried. If you saw him, Christopher cried when he gave his little statement, but he never took responsibility for taking Corey's life. He did not at all take responsibility. So I feel that is, yeah, I think they will appeal. Almost 90% of defendants appeal. So yeah, I think the kids definitely need to be held accountable, but they won't. And like I said in my video, they'll continue to raise victims, and their children will raise more victims. They'll just continuously have this sick pattern of victimhood because, you know, they don't think they were wrong in their behavior and how they treated a complete stranger. So yeah, yeah. Yeah, he was. Oh, okay. Corey's mom or Brandy or Brianna's mom? Because they didn't let they let Corey's dad speak for like a couple of minutes, but Corey's dad was actually very rude. He was much more upset about the way social media perception was of them than anything else. Oh, really? Okay, that's good information, Trial Junkies, because that's I hadn't heard that. Yeah, they were rude. They were just bad. They were just being entitled little brats. They were drinking underage. There was a lot of you know, just unnecessary behavior. So yes, Corey is the son and Chris was the dad. Yeah. So yeah, he'll be out in his mid 50s if he's you know, decent. I don't know. We'll just have to see. Oh yeah, definitely. You can totally see that by the way he, you know, was like, this isn't true. And you know, and it probably isn't true, right? Like he probably did go to his grandparents' house and everything was probably fine. They probably were fine. I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there. None of us were there. But when he went to his grandparents' house and they had, like, Christopher had the supervision of his parents with him as being his father, everything probably was fine. But when Christopher went on his own and had to take care of Corey, things were not fine. Christopher was not a good dad. He did not know how to be a dad and was not a good dad. So that's different. It's different when you have, you know, other people supervising you and then you are on your own, and then Christopher just didn't know what to do and he just got frustrated and clearly was like, you know, but that this whole case has been very, very hard for me, and it's just been like super triggering. So like that, the impact statements were going to be, I knew they were going to be tough. But yeah, that is just hard, and it's hard to sit and watch someone only get basically 20 years. So, and yes, and you can see by the way he treated his mom on the jail phone calls, you can tell that he has no respect for women, and you can see obviously that he probably gets that clearly from his dad. I don't know how his dad treats his mom, but you know, I'm sure his dad treats his mom some type of way. Or you can just tell how meek his mom was at the trial. She was very introverted. So I think that his mom probably is a follower and very obedient. So I think that treadmill video traumatized a lot of people, and clearly it traumatized the judge because the judge just was really all over that video. And I cannot believe, based on what the judge said, that someone, and it must have been Christopher's parents, had the nerve to compare the treadmill to riding a bike, to getting back up and riding a bike. That is insane to me. I'm like, someone actually compared that to like get back up and try again. Say what now? Like, that's not at all how that treadmill video. I'm actually surprised that Gallucci didn't try to use that as an argument. Because that sounds like something like a feather right out of his hat. Yes, but somebody said that. I think it might have been Christopher's dad that tried to make that analogy in his 8-page single-spaced letter. So, that's the only thing I can think of where he got that, because where in the world would you get someone saying that's like riding a bike and getting back up? So, also, I just wanted to update you. I got a message back from Brian. The judge is not going to decide anything today regarding the dismissal. It will be August 9th. So I am going to go ahead and send Michael another care package for the Samantha Wall trial, because they're not going to make a decision today regarding dismissal. So no to Michael getting out of jail. They'll be in court on the 9th. I knew she was going to do that. I knew she was going to, I don't know why she even mentioned August 2nd. So yeah, I think the judge would have liked to put him away, but his hands are tied. So yeah, so Michael is still going to be sitting in jail. I know, right? So I don't know. Well, when I made my video about that judge, you couldn't hear, and I didn't know that until Gwen told me, but she was appointed by the governor before Whitmer. She was appointed, and then she ran for the seat in 2020. And I just want to remind you guys, everywhere you're at in this country, and I don't know about any other countries, but our judges are voted in for the most part. They get voted in. So if you guys are not voting, please pay attention to your local elections. Please pay attention to, your judges, your district attorneys, your councilmen, your everything that are local. Because if you are not voting local, then you are missing very important elections, because these people are the people that are going to be moving up into your state seating, your congressional and federal government seats. So make sure you're looking at these people's backgrounds and you're researching before you go vote in a local election, because a lot of times people vote in local elections and they just vote. Some people will only vote like Democrat ticket all the way down, or Republican ticket all the way down. So like here in the state of Texas, when you go vote in the primaries, you have to vote Republican or you have to vote Democrat. And that's what you have to vote the rest of the time. You can't just pick what the best candidate is, which kind of sucks, because I like to vote for who I think is the best candidate. I don't like to just vote one ticket, because I like to do my research and decide who I think is the best candidate for that position. So if you are able to do your research and vote for the best candidate, that's how you should vote. And make sure you're doing that on every level, not just when it's for the president. Seriously, vote on city level, state level, every level, because then if you don't, that's how you get judges like Judge Van Houten in Detroit and Bev up there in Massachusetts. that's how you get judges that don't pay attention, and they're very biased. And you don't get good judges like the one in Wisconsin, and you don't get good judges like this one in Florida. New Jersey. Sorry, my bad. So let's just make sure that we are doing that, because it's very, very important that we pay attention to local elections. Yeah, Kirsten, that's how it works here. So, and also now Detroit is stuck with Van Houten until 2027. Yes. We have a GoFundMe for Michael. If people would like to donate for Michael's GoFundMe, we are having trouble gaining some traction on it, but that's okay, because I'm really hoping that Michael God will answer our prayers in another way for Michael. Because I'm hoping that this double jeopardy thing will come through for him. Hang on, I gotta put this code in to verify myself. And get our poor GoFundMe. Okay, there is the link to Michael's GoFundMe. So disregard, it's the very first part, basically. So if anyone would like to go there, and then there's, is the petition still out, Gwen? I think. Yeah, LaDonna. I know, right? Like obviously I'm pretty conservative. I think you guys know that by now, but also I like to just vote for who's right. Like what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. It's not about like, oh, you have to vote this all the way. It's, and I mean, I wish there were more parties than two parties. Right now, I think both parties are just garbage. So maybe I don't want to vote for either one, I mean, but right now our options are pretty stinking limited, and it really sucks. I think we're in, I think we're at a point of rebellion right now, because it's pretty crappy for us. I think we're turning into a Venezuela. And actually, so if you guys don't know this, so Venezuela is in an uproar, right? Because they're saying the election was stolen, and it really, really was. So like, I know people from Venezuela, and I know people who fled Venezuela, and I know one of my best friends is here on asylum. He's been here for several years. And I asked him, I'm like, okay, explain to me what's going on in Venezuela, because he came here literally by like the skin of his teeth, because like he was a young student protesting in Venezuela. And oh, really, Gwen? He came here, he almost got killed for protesting in Venezuela. So you grew up in a politician family, city council. Oh, you do politics? Okay, that's cool, LaDonna. I got to work on some political campaigns and I loved it. But now I wouldn't want to do it now. Unless it was for Vivek. If Vivek had gotten chosen, I would have totally been working on his campaign. But he didn't. So that is so cool. What did you run for? You ran for city council? Where are you from again? Well, that's good. I mean, that's actually good, Gwen, that she didn't get the biggest ones. That they at least saw that. Oh, Pittsburgh. I've been there. That's so cool. Yeah, I'm not a Steelers fan, but man, you got to be dedicated to be a Steelers fan. Yeah, Gwen's trying to put me on that case. That case is pretty triggering for me too. LaDonna's a pretty tough cookie, man. She gets in here and she's pretty tough. She's a pot stirrer. Now I forgot where I'm at. Yeah, it was no. Pittsburgh. Wait, have I been to Pittsburgh? Hold on. I'm getting confused. I've been to Philly. That's where I've been. Philly. I did like Philadelphia. Have I been to Pittsburgh? Gosh, I've been to so many places up north for work. Where's Philly at? Man, I don't know. Philly don't like you? I liked Philly because it has the Liberty Bell and all. So I like the historic. I like the East Coast, the Northeast Coast because they have all the history. That's what I like. So it's kind of cool. But that is a very good movie. That is a good movie. I'm not a huge Tom Hanks fan anymore, but because he's part of the Hollyweird crew. But the next case, I think we have. What is the next case we have coming up? I know we have. Oh my gosh, I have to look it up. I know we have Sarah Boone coming up, but I don't know what the dates are. We have Sarah Boone, we have I know. Oh, Carly Gregg is September 12th. Oh, Wade Wilson is being sentenced. Donna Adelson. Yes, we have so many cases coming up. Oh, she's not until October. Okay. Yeah, you are, LaDonna. That's why you lost by 10, girl. Don't you know that? They were like, wait a minute, back it up. It was rigged, LaDonna. It was rigged. The election was stolen. You know, you should have had a runoff that close. Don't they do runoffs when it's that close? Oh, what? Oh, the beauty queen trial. Oh man, there's so many things coming up. Yeah, October's going to be busy. But there might be some local trials going on that we don't know about that, like, like the Samantha Wall trial wasn't put on Law and Crime or anything like that. So there might be some good local trials coming up that nobody is talking about. So I'll have to see Trial Junkies. But next week you said the one in Vegas. Oh, well, see, that's what they get. That's what they get. So, see, be careful what you wish for. You just might get it. So, I'll look up and see, and then I'll decide which one. Or you guys leave in the comments which trial you want to do. I mean, whatever trial you guys want to do. Man, politics is tough, LaDonna. I don't know how you guys can be in that, because it's a tough. Everybody goes in. I do believe everybody goes into politics with the best intentions in the beginning, and then they get somehow, some way tainted. Yeah, we're definitely doing Sarah Boone. I can't wait to watch that crap show. That's going to be awesome. Oh yes. Yeah, everybody gets corrupted. How are politicians making more money than like Hollywood people? I mean, like, how did they get to go to like the Met Gala and stuff? We do. Everybody's a trial jumper. You know that, trial junkies. I saw a snippet of that across my feed, but I don't know anything about that trial, LaDonna. LaDonna knows about all the trials. See, now that she's not having to worry about being in politics, she's just watching all the trials. Jenny, what is for supper? That's what is the important thing. That's what's so important. That's important. What's for supper? So I know we have Chad. Supper time is over. It's 10. Oh, y'all. Okay, can we talk about something real quick? I just want to address this situation. What in the world is going on with all of these people and little kids? And it's a lot of women. Like, I think we've mentioned this before, but what is happening? I'm looking at this ex-Louisiana mayor, Misty Roberts, accused of raping a minor. I mean, don't get me wrong, she is in Louisiana, but still. And I also want to, we're going to watch the Lake and Raleigh. Jose Ibarra, the trial date has been set for this guy who killed Lake and Raleigh for November 13th. I know they don't. They think it's so cute for women. Oh yeah, okay. That trial's going on now, the Christine Ricci. That thing's still going on. I don't know. Oh, they did return a verdict. What was the verdict for Christine Ricci? Oh, I know, LaDonna. We've had trials left and right. Oh, they did get the verdict. Okay. That's what. Oh, she got. Hold on. What did she get? Oh, she was convicted. Wow, she's going to get sentenced pretty fast. She's going to get sentenced on August 22nd. She stabbed her husband. I don't know any of the details of the case because I didn't watch it, but the case has been going on all week. Come on, Alabama. What the heck? Oh my gosh. There's a case in Alabama. Alabama couple indicted in death of 18-month-old foster child. This sucks. I'm so tired of all this children stuff, y'all. I don't know what to do. Oh, I know where that is too. I don't see any trials coming up. So if y'all see any trials that are coming up in August, okay. So she was holding on to some stuff. I don't know what's coming up for August. When I know that Brian Kohlberger, that trial seems like it's never going to happen, but he is asking for a change of venue. In Texas, our prisoners are asking for air conditioning. The professor, let me see. Oh, I'm going to show y'all the Sonia Massey video too. Hold on. I was in the middle of showing y'all that. Oh my God, he bludgeoned her. Oh, this is in Detroit. Is it? Is it in Detroit? No. Wait. I'm so confused. Oh no, it's in Syracuse. Okay. Whoa. Well, I typed that in and that was like, okay, so he is, I don't see his arraignment, but I guess so, because oh, but I am showing y'all, hang on, I got to get back to the Sonia Massey video I was showing y'all. And then we'll look at what's happening on Law and Crime. I am so sorry. That's my little Neo.
Stack right there, maybe.
1 second.
Check on her.
Let me get this.
We don't need a fire while we're here.
Right. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Where you going?
Huh?
Where you going?
Away from your hot steaming water.
Away from my hot steaming water?
Yeah.
Oh, I would rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
Huh?
Rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
Better not. That's where I got. I'll shoot you right in your face.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Drop the pot. Drop the pot.
This man had 2 convictions for DUI. He
Woo!
had a conviction for driving under the influence. And he was a member of law.
Okay, y'all. So I don't see where she threw any water.
Where you going?
Huh?
Where you going?
Away from your hot steaming water.
Away from my hot steaming water?
Yeah.
Oh, I would rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
Huh?
Rebuke you in the name of
Better not. That's where I got. I'll shoot you right in your face.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Drop the pot. Drop the pot.
This man had 2 convictions for DUI. He had a conviction.
Okay, so did anybody see her throw water? Because there's a couple of channels, I've said this before, there's a couple of channels that are trying to say that she threw the water. What I think happened, that is that she dropped the water as she was getting shot. Because I can see the steam after he shot. And I don't know if that steam from getting shot or the steam from the water. Probably the water, but I mean, I don't see where she was throwing water at any of those, either one of those guys, and I don't see how that water would have even made it to them, even if she had thrown it. But I don't see any justification for that whatsoever. And for him to say such a thing, like, what the heck? That is awful. Right. That's what I mean. And why would he say something like that? Like when she said, "I'll rebuke you in the name of Jesus," that's not like a threat. How would he find that threatening? Why would you find that threatening and say something like, I'll shoot you in the face? That doesn't even compute. Right. Yeah. The way he treated her after was even more insulting to injury. You know, like you just brutally, took someone's life and you say the most horrific things about this person and treat them like they're not human. Like that's not appropriate in any way. Yeah. It just doesn't add up. Something is not right. So I don't understand and the YouTubers that are saying that she threw water at him and they're trying to justify, they are actual attorneys. They're defense attorneys and they're actually like looking at the video. I don't see where the water flew in their direction. I know people can, dress up videos or do whatever they want with videos. I don't see it. Even if you slow it down, I don't see it. So I don't know. I think it's really, really sad. She called for help. They were there supposedly to help her. And they actually were very condescending to her. Even at her front door, the police officer was very rude to her. He was like, "We've walked all around your house. We didn't see anything or anyone." And then they go into her house and they're like, asking her name. And she's very nervous. She's very, antsy. You know, I mean, obviously she's thinking somebody's around her house or in her house or trying to get into her house, and she's very upset. And he's like, you know, it'd be a lot easier if you had your ID. Where's your identification? You know, and she's trying to find it. And, you know, then she realizes, oh my gosh, I have a hot, boiling pot on my stove. And he was just being very ugly to her. And yeah, it's sad. It's so sad that he was so mean to her. She called them for help, and that's sad that there are people out there, cops out there that are like that. There are people out there that are like that have positions that they should not have. And for him to say he's not guilty, and for him to try to defend himself in that situation, right? Yeah, he was just being a complete awful person. I mean, an awful person. So I don't know if race had anything to do with it. I just think he's a terrible person. That is another thing. That's something that needs to be fixed. LaDonna, you're in politics, right? So you know how can that be fixed? Like, this is why it's not fixed. This is, to me, this is my thinking. I don't know. I could be wrong. But the reason why I think it's not fixed is because when you're a police department and you have, let's say, LaDonna Coleman has come to my police department and she's applied for a job and she's been trained at AB Academy in you know, Montana, and well, I'm in Texas and I need cops. I don't care that she's been trained at AB Academy, because now I don't have to train LaDonna. I can just take LaDonna as a cop because she's already been a cop somewhere else. And she's already had all the training. So she just needs to learn Texas law and understand that. And once she does that, we're good to go. So who cares? Because LaDonna was a cop before. She can be a cop here, and we're good. We're good. Right? So that's what's happening in this country, is that they're able to hop around, you know, much like my viewers, right? You're able to hop around in different channels and check out other channels and see what they're talking about and what their thoughts are, because, you know, you can do that. And that's what they're doing, is they're just able to hop around different police departments, because why would you want to retrain someone and wait and put your money in that when you can just take them on, right? Yeah, like but unfortunately, there's a huge difference, though. There's a big difference. Like, you guys have to like me. I do have to retrain you. Like, there's a huge difference. I have to retrain you. You have to like me to stay here. So, if you don't like me, you can channel hop to another channel and stay there. But cops don't have to do that. Cops have to just be like, yeah, I was a cop in XYZ state. Oh, great. Awesome. We need cops because we have a shortage. So we'll take you. Right. No, they don't want to do that. So exactly. And that is really, really sad. And that's exactly what's happening on in our country, is that they are just hopping places, and it's worth the move. And not only that, but there are police departments that are offering huge sign-on bonuses for people to move or come to their city or their state. And I don't know if I said this on one of my last videos. Exactly. I mean, it's just crazy. Like, I'm telling you, LaDonna, I've never been one to be like, you know, like like about the whole like race situation, but like I try to be pretty, you know, whatever. I don't know. I don't know what I am, but I can see where there are issues where there's race involved and there's, stuff like that. But obviously with Michael's situation, I definitely think that's a racial issue. So some situations, I just think people are just really dumb and stupid and are horrible people. And I don't think it would matter what color the other person was. I just think they're just trigger happy and have some, like, they get into this. I think a lot of cops are cops because they were bullied in high school. And right, yeah, I don't think everybody's racist. I don't think race has anything to do with a lot of situations. I think most of it is just because they're just mean or terrible people, or they were mistreated and this was their way to get revenge. Like, I need a position of authority. So I'm going to become a cop, and this is the way I'm going to be able to, like, throw my weight around. Yes, or they go in the military. You do not know how many people in the military have mental health issues, but those people, believe it or not, do so well under structure. That is why they do well in the military. And then when they get out of the military is when you see all the problems, is when you see them come out with all the issues. So thank you, LaDonna. I appreciate that, because there's so many, I don't even want to say people of color. That's so dumb. We're people of color. I'm a person of color, whatever. But there's so many people that think that everything is about race. It's not always about race. It's just that people are just freaking stupid and mean. But it just, I think you look at military people and if you notice a lot of people who do bad things, you look at their history and they're like, they were ex-military, they were ex-cops, or they were ex this, or they were ex that. And it always has to do, sometimes it goes back to the military. And it's because I think they did really well in that structured environment where they had a schedule and they had to do this, this, and this. And then when they got out of the military, it was like, holy crap, what do I do with myself? I don't know how to live without this structure. And then they get out and they're like, I'm screwed. I can't do this. And they lose their damn minds. It's just so weird, but it's the truth. Some people just can't live without a structured environment. And then they get out and they do dumb stuff. Yes, they do. When I went to boot camp, literally I got off that bus, y'all, scared for my life. They jumped on that bus. We didn't get off the bus. They came onto the bus yelling and screaming at us. We had no chance. we were trapped on the bus, and like they threw us off the bus and were like screaming at us. And we learned kill in the first. We were filling out paperwork, y'all, at our desk, filling out paperwork. We didn't sleep for 3 days. 3 days, no sleep. And within the first few hours, it was kill, because I joined the Marine Corps. I didn't join Girl Scouts. Okay, I joined the Marine Corps. You go to the Marine Corps, and within the first couple of hours, it's just kill, 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 kill. That's all you learn. Kill, 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 kill. And you get that rifle, and that's it. That's it. That's it. That rifle is your best friend. You are connected to that thing. And that is all you learn. Because that's what you're there for. You're there to kill. You are there to go and protect this country. Period. Period. So don't get crazy. At least it was that way back in the day. It ain't like that now. Now it's all about, they, thems, and it's, and Zers, and all that kind of shenanigans. So whatever. I prefer it the old way, because I want people who are going to protect me and protect my country. I don't give a crap what you identify as. Yes. That's true, LaDonna. I agree. That's right. You are right, trial junkies. No one cares. No one cares. You say a cat? Yeah, and our prison system is a joke. There is no rehabilitation. There is none of that. You're just put in the system, and it's just like I said in one of my videos. Like you go to juvie, and you identify as a cat. Well, I identify as rich. Okay, I'm identifying as rich, and I need everybody to jump on board with that. All right, I've been saying that, and I keep saying it, and nobody has validated that. I don't understand. I mean, I tried to get in somebody's Tesla the other day and say it was mine. I almost got arrested. That's some crap. I was like, this is my Tesla. I'm rich. That's right, LaDonna. Nobody talks about it, and everybody walks on eggshells around this stuff, and I do not. I'm not going to walk around on eggshells about it. I have so many of my friends that we just tiptoe around conversations because we don't want to hurt people's feelings, and just like it's easier sometimes to keep your friends that way. And so it's really hard. JD Delay. No, I have not. Who is that? Oh, did they? She should recuse herself. Actually, that trial should just be dismissed. That should just go away. There's so much shenanigans going in that. Hi, Deanna. Welcome. Yeah, a lot of military do. A lot of military, but there's a lot of military. I was raised in a military family, so oh my gosh, Jenny, I can't imagine. See, that's the thing like people in America need to understand is there are other countries like yours that if we only knew, we would actually have something to complain about. You know? I mean, we would really have something to complain about. Where are you from, Deanna? Well, it used to be a pride thing to be in the military, and now it's more like I really don't know what it is, to be honest with you. Oh. I think I know who you're talking about, actually. Does he have a beard and a lot of tattoos? I think I might know who you're talking about. Yeah, there's a lot of subjects, LaDonna, that people don't want to converse about. Okay, I know who you're talking about. He's hard to listen to because he is really loud. Oh, you're from Texas? What part? Texas in the house. He is very loud. I have seen him before. It's very hard to talk about oh, Dallas. I used to live up there. And you're in Houston. I used to have Houston as one of my markets. God, I hated driving to Houston. I cannot stand Houston traffic. I think we've discussed this before. Well, I'm from Austin, so now we got Austin, Houston, Dallas. We don't need any other places in Texas. No, I'm just kidding. I need all the viewers I can get. What the heck am I talking about? Yeah, it's hard to talk about certain subjects because people aren't comfortable. And LaDonna knows that being in politics, it's like super hard to talk about topics, especially with like anybody these days, because people get so easily offended. And they get all hurt. I was going to say something else, but that's not appropriate. But it's tough. It's tough to have conversations because people are so emotionally attached to their. No, she didn't. She didn't die. But I that's the video that I did. She did not die. Somebody did post that on their YouTube channel. It's kind of clickbait, but she did not die. But it is a big topic of conversation. Yeah, that's how I feel on my channel. We can talk about whatever. I think everybody has a right to their opinion. It's totally fine. We don't all have to agree. I'm totally fine with that. I don't want everybody to agree. If we all agreed, it would be no fun. But I don't like the ugliness that everybody has become. Like everyone is showing a side of themselves that is just absolutely disgusting to me. I don't like the ugly. I don't like the name calling. I don't like the just the like stick with the facts. Like there are facts. Like I do appreciate Mike Pence saying you're entitled to your own opinions, but not your own facts, which is very, very true. And so yeah, it is definitely about respect. So I think everybody can have their own opinions and you can agree to disagree, right, Deanna? That's totally true. So that's the entire point of everybody having your own brain and thinking your own way. And that's what God gave us, free will. And that's the great part about being in America, right? Is freedom, or supposedly. Yeah, and you don't know what someone else has experienced, and everybody has their own story and their own thought process. And I mean, it's like I was saying earlier, like when you vote, like here in Texas, when you go vote in the primaries, you have to vote. Once you vote Republican or you vote Democrat, that's what you have to vote. And that stinks because there are times when I may not agree and want to vote all Republican or all Democrat. I want to vote who I think is the best candidate for the position. So it kind of puts you in an unfair advantage when you want to vote for the best judge in your local election or the best person in your city council. So yeah, that's why it's called my channel is called The Alternate Point of View, because we all have an alternate point of view and we all, yeah. I do the same thing, Trial Junkies. I'm like, you're going to agree with me? No, I'm just kidding. You're going to see my side. But yeah, I mean, that's why this channel is The Alternate Point of View, because I want to see it from an alternate point of view. Make me see what you see. Or I need to see it, or I need to understand why you feel this way. 9 times out of 10, though, I will say this. The majority of people that don't agree with me usually don't have any facts to back up their disagreement. They usually just start calling me a lot of names. And that's when I know that it's not a disagreement. What? LaDonna? Oh, I was going to look up law and crime. That's right. You guys got me sidetracked. Started talking. Oh! I wish China was on here. I needed to ask her something. Savannah Miller. Ew. Oh, that sounds terrible. What is going on with all these people and these children? I cannot handle this. Do y'all also know that Susan Smith, do y'all remember Susan Smith? Are y'all old enough to remember Susan Smith? How old is people? Are y'all close to my age? I think everybody here is close to my age. She's up for parole in November. Her supposed jailhouse boyfriend turned on. She actually kind of she grew up attractive. She's a lot on here. Hold on. So I want to do a comparison. This is what my next project is going to be as soon as I can get up all the information. But Gwen put me on to another woman who did the same thing. But there's not a lot of information about her. But there were several women in the 80s that did this to their kids. Diane Downs was one. Susan Smith was another. And LaDonna, you don't look 60. I'm looking at your tiny little picture, but you don't look 60. But that's because black don't crack. But that's okay. Asian don't raisin either. So we good. This is when race comes in. Susan Smith, Diane Downs, and Jessica Gundrum, I think her name is. They all claimed, except Jessica Gundrum, I think hers was a white guy. You white then. They all claim that they were carjacked. But I think Diane Downs also, but anyway, whatever. They all claim carjackings, and then ended up killing their kids. So, but Susan Smith, yes, you're right. She claimed a black guy. So she's from South Carolina. So, but I want to do a series. I don't know. It's probably ended up being a series on these three women because they all ended up killing their kids in their cars, and kind of like a. I mean, in the 80s, was it? I don't remember that. Well, Susan was in the 90s. But anyway, I kind of want to do like a comparison on like who did it better. Yeah, there you go, Gwen. Jessica Goodrum. That's it. Kind of like a who wore it better, but a who done it. But Jessica and Susan are up for parole in November. And they both did, actually, Diane Downs, Susan Smith, and Jessica. So they did it all different ways. Susan, obviously, we know what she did. Those poor babies. She drowned those babies, right, in their car seats, in the car. How freaking awful. Jessica stabbed her babies. And then Diane Downs shot hers. All of that is just awful ways to do that to your kids. Oh man, I remember it like it was yesterday. Andrea Yates, yes, she I do believe that Andrea Yates had postpartum depression, and I used to believe. I know black men don't steal kids. No men steal kids, LaDonna. They don't even want their kids half the time. Men don't even want to be taking care of them kids. So no men. 50% of men don't even want to be taking care of their kids. So no man is going to be stealing no kids. The drowning, yeah. So man, it's so the stabbing is very intimate. The shooting is just, I mean, the drowning is very, it's just so suffering for the kids. Like Andrea Yates, she drowned her own kids. That was very personal and very up close because that took time, all 5 of them. But for Susan, she just got out of the car and let the car go. And how could you do that? And for a long time, I actually, I kind of thought she had postpartum. Like I thought maybe she might have saying what, LaDonna? Oh yeah. That was good. Farrah Fawcett was awesome. I miss her. She was really good. But I do believe Andrea Yates really did have postpartum. And don't forget about Lindsay. What's her last name? She also did the exercise bands with her babies. Oh, a hammer. That's right, Gwen. My bad. I'm sorry. I knew it was something awful. I knew it was something that's even worse than ugh. God dang it, Gwen. Thanks. That was really bad. That's right. Oh, I knew it was something really, really bad. Yeah, no. Oh, the burning bed was really good. She did a really good job playing a abuse. I watched her documentary too. It was really good. Yeah, I almost had Susan Smith pegged for a postpartum person, but then now I look back and I look at her and I can see that she's just a selfish witch. So that is terrible. Yeah, there's not a whole lot, Gwen. I looked it up. That's why I want to partner with China because she does such a good job on her channel. And she does a really good job digging up information. So I kind of want to partner with her on these topics. She smothered them, or I know Lindsay Schaefer, is that her name? No. She did the exercise bands. Oh, I don't know. Let me see. Oh my gosh, are you serious? That's horrible. What is going on with these little children, y'all? This is awful. Y'all got to stop with these little children cases. We gotta find. I mean, this is never going to end. Y'all know every time I type something in here. Oh, it's Lindsay Clancy who did the exercise bands. Schaefer's the one who plotted to kill her husband. She's from Alabama. They went to Auburn, so I'm definitely going to cover that because I don't see it. LaDonna. Gosh, I can't see. Why am I doing this without my glasses? I'm like looking for my glasses. They're on my head. It's only pulling up. Oh, here we go. Is it in Arizona? No. No. Oh, Hot Girl Summer. That might pull it up. Hold on. Yeah, he pled guilty to avoid the death penalty. Okay, here we go. I think I found it, LaDonna. Hold on. I'm looking for it. No? No, I'm still pulling up Lindsay Clancy. Yeah, it's only giving me Lindsay Clancy, the one that I'm talking about. I typed in July 29th, too. It's on Inside Edition. You have to put, who's the woman that smothered her 3 children? Who's the woman that smothered her 3 children? Smothered. Okay. Still showing me Lindsay Clancy. She didn't smother them, though. She choked them to death. Well, she did smother them, but she strangled them. She didn't smother them. Inside Edition. Let me look at Inside Edition, because I'm not ignoring y'all. I'm just looking something up. Okay, I searched in Inside Edition, and it just shows me Lindsay Clancy. Oh, nope, that's not it. I already did that. Yeah, it's just Lindsay Clancy. Yeah, I saw that. Oh. There's just too many things going on with these kids, man. I cannot. Oh, when does Corey Richens' trial happen? Let me look that. That might be our next trial, actually. Quit. I don't know. It doesn't say, of course. Her preliminary dates are August 26th or the 28th. So that's her preliminary hearing. Michael Blair's story is more than 9 years old, but it is a story that haunts you. She gladly told the judge she did it and with her daughter would do it again, but she said it was an accident with the son. Here's where they were in the living room. Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah. That's right. I think you mentioned that to me. Yeah. I'm definitely going to cover Lindsay Clancy. I'm going to cover Corey Richins. I don't know when Lindsay Clancy is ever going to go to trial. It does not say. She was just arraigned in July, so it does not say when she's actually going to trial. And then Chad Doerman should be going to trial pretty quickly, I would think, since he pled guilty. I don't know why he's going to trial. I don't think he's going to go to trial, right? Or he'll just go straight to sentencing. Oh, he's not going to go to trial. He's just going to be sentenced. Because he pled guilty, so he'll just be sentenced. Oh, yes. We just watched that, Deanna. He was sentenced to 25 years. Yes. October is going to be a busy month. Yes, he got 25 years. He'll be out by the time he's 52, maybe 55, if he has to serve the whole time. Yes. That's what I saw, LaDonna, was the one in Phoenix, in Arizona. She just got arrested for it. Yeah, I saw that. It's been 4 years. Something like that, they said. She just now has gotten. Oh, did you? The guy who killed his mom and 7 family members? Good God, LaDonna. LaDonna, why don't you have your own YouTube channel? Never mind. Don't get your own YouTube channel. Just kidding. I can't handle any more competition. I mean, I bet she is disappointed. How can you stay in Facebook jail? You're a politician. You'd be in YouTube jail like me. I'm in YouTube jail right now. Oh, I bet she was. I bet she felt like, how dare you sit up there and say that crap? Because killed his mother and 7 family members. Okay, I'm in the middle of looking this up. Is this the man in Joliet? In Chicago? Or is it in Florida? There's two. Can you believe it? Oh, Lord. Do I even want to know your opinion on January 6th? This is where things can go one of two ways, ma'am. Oh boy. it can get hot in here. Oh, I bet she does hope something will happen to him in prison. That they did. It was very hurtful. Every time I see anybody do anything to, and that's anybody, LaDonna. What they did when they spray painted, anything they do to any of, gosh, what day was it? What was happening? Gosh, dang it. I can't remember. But when they had all the Palestinian protests and they spray painted, and they burned the American flag and they spray painted the bell and they spray painted the statues and stuff. It just hurt my heart because I love DC. It is so beautiful to me. And for them to just destroy that is just absolutely disgusting. Yeah, it's so gross. It's just so, it hurts my heart because I love, it's really just all we have. Because if you think about it, America is really not that, we don't have any necessarily real tradition in America. We don't have any real culture, as you would say. Bye, Jenny. Have a good night. I would say we don't have any real, like, because I mean, I look at like my country, South Korea, like it's just gorgeous. There's so many things there that are just so beautiful. And you look at Asia in general, or you look at any other country and you just think, wow, they have temples. You look at Egypt, you look at all these other places and you're just like, wow, it's impressive. Germany, Europe, all of the castles and things like that. It's just so gorgeous, and you just look at America and you're like, what the hell, and all we have is what I was talking about is on the East Coast, on the northern East Coast, is we have, England, right? Like we have that history there the buildings, the Washington, D.C., Philly, all of that gorgeous structure that has been standing. Yeah, I love it. Like when I lived in Germany, we got to visit castles and see palaces and see things that we would never get to see here. And, we see the United States, and when I go to Arizona and see my sister, say what? Say hello or thank you. Are you saying ask me to say Korean, or I'm again like, but you look at like the Northeast, I guess that's what I'll just say. And we have all these beautiful structures and buildings that are just built, and they've been standing there since the beginning of, when we took this country, or y'all took this country. I mean, I didn't take this country. I'm not part of that. But people before us took this country, and then it's just so pretty. I mean, have y'all been to the Lincoln Memorial? I'm going to show the videos, LaDonna. I am, or the story. But have y'all been to has anybody been to the Lincoln Memorial? Been to DC? Oh, one more again. It's all one word, LaDonna. Don't you know that? Everything's one word. When you go, if you're from the South, everything's one word. Like, what you gonna do? When you coming? Why is it? What you doing? One more again. What? Everything's one word. Well, if you've never, okay, so like Kirsten, okay, I can't even compare like anything in Germany that compares to, because everything in Germany is like, you have things like Nuremberg, the cast, like everything in Germany is just mind blowing. And it's amazing that it's still standing after all the wars, okay, that have been through Europe. But like the Lincoln Memorial is freaking massive. It's just amazing. I mean, it is so huge. Like you just feel like a little bitty ant compared to what is in front of you. And then the Washington Monument, that like everything is just so cool. It's just so freaking cool. My favorite thing in DC is the Korean War Memorial. To me, is more magnificent than the World War II, the Vietnam Wall. Oh my gosh, y'all! If you haven't seen the MLK, oh geez, man, that is one of the coolest things. I mean, the coolest. Like so cool. I did not know that, Trial Junkies. But it is just so freaking, it's massive. It's like so, I mean, I can't even believe that was made. It's so cool. I think it's awesome. But to watch people destroy that, like destroy what was built in memory of some of our greatest people before us that led the way, that fought for our country, that fought for our freedoms, like LaDonna said, to desecrate something so wonderful. Oh my gosh, our Supreme Court. Man, I just can't, I can gush about it. I can just gush about DC. It's just so incredible to me. But to watch people do what they do to our, that's the only part of history, and the only part of, I guess you could say, I guess if we have tradition here in America, that's all we have. Because we're such a melting pot, we don't have any real, to me, we don't have any real tradition or customs. I guess that's it. We don't have any customs here in America. Like, you look at other countries and they have actual customs. They have actual history, tradition, things that have been passed down to generation to generation. We don't have that here. which is kind of sad. Yes. So like Arizona, what I was saying about Arizona, it's very bland out there. There's not a lot of yeah, I went to the Grand Canyon. So I think I told y'all I went last time my sister took me to the Grand Canyon, and it was stunning. Absolutely stunning. But that's natural. We didn't have to build that. That was already there. So it's really cool. Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, I did a live. That's right. Y'all saw that. Very, 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 very beautiful. And that live did not do it justice. You actually have to see it to believe it. But that's a natural thing. But like to see yeah, I mean, no, I mean, it's just so crazy that the things that have been done to our well, I mean, I think for him, I'm not defending him in any way. I just think that I mean, there's a lot of things that people in certain positions that haven't apologized for a lot. So I don't think he's apologized because I really don't think he feels responsible. I mean, those people decided to go over there. I don't think he didn't order them to go over there. It's not like he was like in charge of that. I don't think that was. I honestly, and this is my take on it, LaDonna, and this is just how a lot of people were just fed up with the police and all the things happening during the riots and stuff. I think people were just fed up. And I think if anything goes wrong, I don't know what to say about this election, but I just worry like what will happen. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, but I think people were just fed up. But not fed up to the point that they like oh, it is. It's very, very sad. No, but there have been Congress people and senators that have said the same things against a president, which is I think all politicians these days have gotten pretty ugly and rude and disrespectful and have forgotten their place. I think they have forgotten that they're politicians or that they're serving the people. And I think that they have forgotten that. And I think this whole mudslinging and, crap talking each other, like saying the nasty things, like, oh, I think your eyelashes are falling off and, oh, you look like a man and that kind of crap. I mean, what is happening? What are we in high school? I mean, this is just so juvenile. That movie sucked. That movie sucked. That does not, no. I watched that movie. That movie sucked. I gave my, I watched that movie and I gave my opinion about it, and I got destroyed on TikTok. People came after me like I was the devil because I said I didn't like the movie. Holy crap. Yeah. I got destroyed. But whatever. I don't care. I was like, whatever. I gave my opinion of the movie. I didn't like it. It was a crappy movie. It shouldn't be called Civil War because that's not what Civil War would be like. It just wouldn't. I mean, if it was a real Civil War, we're the most gun populace in the world. It wouldn't be that. It wouldn't be like that. So Oh, yeah. That's why we're also the most obese country in the world. No, I don't think we're the most obese. We're pretty dang close, though. We're pretty dang close. But yeah. Yeah, everybody's a keyboard warrior, which is great. I mean, you know, I love that. Oh, the Postman. Yeah. I think we're more like the movie Falling Down. I think we're getting closer to that. There's going to be a lot of angry people that are just like, I think there's just so much division. I don't think there's any, it's so hard to find any unity anywhere. Like, it's hard to find people like, even just so many different people like we are in here. And how we're able to even have a dang conversation and not attack each other is just shocking. You know, like, I can't even believe that we're able to have this many, and we're all female for the most part, right? That's shocking. How do you get this many females in one room, and we're not like, you know? I mean, that's shocking. But you know, like, I look at right, yeah, but like, I look at what's happening on X, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, I can't even stand to open X anymore. It's so toxic. And you know, I'm tired of hearing about everybody calling everything so divisive, but it is divisive. You know, like, even Kamala Harris is divisive. Like, everybody's like all the people on X are like, we're going to start a group called White Dudes for Harris. I'm like, that sounds divisive. And there's a white women for Harris. There's black women for Harris. There's black men for Harris. I'm like, that's weird. Why are you all separating yourselves out in different groups? Why can't you all just be for your person? That movie is good, LaDonna. It has what's his name? Darn it. Michael Douglas. You watch Falling Down and you'll see, you multiply that character by 100 million. Get ready. Yeah, I mean, it's true though. Like, what is happening with us right now? Like, how is it possible that we're all able to have this conversation and we're not like going nuts? Oh, you know what? I have met Tommy Jones. He's a jerk. He's not a nice person. Ooh. Have you seen all the John Wicks? Come on, LaDonna. Tell me you have. Come on. Every single one. I want to know. I want to know. Oh, thank you, Trial Junkies. Oh, LaDonna. You just hurt my heart. Dang it, woman. How could you? How could you not? If you like action movies, woman, you better go watch you some John Wick. Honey. Oh my gosh. If I had room in my closet, you would see all my John Wick posters. Oh, Baba Yaga. Baba Yaga. You don't even know how much. Y'all. Keanu. God is going to strike me down. You don't even know. God is going to strike me down because Keanu is the only thing that, oh man. LaDonna, I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to need you to cut the crime off for like 2 seconds. And there are 4 movies. 4 John Wicks. You have never seen killing like you see in John Wick. Ooh, and Halle Berry and those dogs. Girl, get it. Woo! You don't even know. You don't even know. Okay, first of all, I like Liam Neeson, but Liam Neeson is anti-gun. Now, how you going to be anti-gun when you make all your money off making gun movies? Can you explain that to me? Make that make sense. LaDonna, I'm going to need you to get up with the times and get on them John Wick movies. It's a cult. It's like a cult classic. Like they call it like it's got its own little like fan base. Yeah, I know, but now he does. Kirsten, I love you, honey. I'm just going to leave it at that. Keanu does his own stunts. He trains like a beast. You gotta, oh God, you gotta see him train. Holy bejeez. And he loves motorcycles. He has his own motorcycle company. If y'all ask me anything, I can tell you anything about Keanu Reeves. I know, Trial Junkies. It's okay. Kirsten's a good person, though. It's okay that she loves Harry Styles. It's fine. Bye, Deanna. I'm so glad you were here. All right, let's find this. Oh, yeah. And he does jujitsu. He does everything. I know someone has to love Harry. It's okay. He's a weird man boy. Who is that behind me? Oh, who is it? Oh, my God. Who do you think it is? I have everything. Look, y'all don't even. LaDonna, do you see John Wick, honey? John Wick. Y'all, you have no idea. You don't understand the amount of love and like this whole blanket. Have you even seen? Look, there's John Wick. Right there. Honey. You I have sequin pillows of this man. My poor boyfriend. It's a shame. Oh, dang it. Oh, I know. He died right after John Wick 4 was made. Oh, he was so good. So good. Wait till you see him, LaDonna. Look, I forgot to tell y'all, and half of y'all have left already. Dang it. My boyfriend is not going to be my boyfriend anymore after this fall or winter. After this winter, I'll have to make that announcement again in our next live. Yes, we're finally making it official after we've been together for 17 years. But we're finally making it official because I want to make it right under God because I want us to know each other in heaven. So there's that. And he finally said yes. after much forcing. So yes. We're gonna get hitched in Florida during the Thanksgiving holiday because we're all gonna be together. My sister won't be there, unfortunately, but we're gonna be with my man's family all together in Florida for the Thanksgiving break. So we figured we should just do it while we're all together. So it's not gonna be like a big deal, but what recommendations do you have, Kirsten, for me? I'm going to pull up this. Why does this keep going away? I'm trying to pull this up for LaDonna because I promised her we're going to watch this. We could have a Zoom party. Wow. We are going to get married in this winter. But we're going to be in Florida. We're going to Florida. We should have like a big live party. Yes, it's been 17 years, so we're finally going to make it official. Okay, so this is what I have for. Thank you. Finally. I meant to say that earlier, but I was just all like caught up in running my mouth about other stuff. Okay, so this is the
nephew who were killed 1 week ago today in a Joliet shooting.
It is
story that
joyous,
LaDonna was talking about.
and it is comforting to know that they are loved and that so many people will remember their names and let their legacy live on.
Joliet police accused Romeo Nance of killing his 7 relatives and 1 other person before he was found dead in Texas. The victims include his mother, brother, 3 sisters, and an aunt and uncle.
They were loved by so many people. They were loving people, a loving family.
Kara Esther says this house in Joliet on West Acres Road is where her family often celebrated Christmas together. One of her favorite traditions that she says was often filled with love and laughter. She finds it heartwarming today to see how much her family meant to this community.
They would wake up in the middle of the night to help friends or family. They would give their last to help others. But they might laugh at you about the situation a little bit.
We're releasing balloons in the name of Alex. Please.
That impact on the community is clear today as a large crowd gathered to pray and honor the victims, friends, and family together with heavy hearts, remembering the victims who were caregivers, athletes, and friends to many all across the Joliet area.
This tragedy that we had in this community is going to bring us all together, and especially for our West community, this will bring us all together, no matter what.
Now, Kara says her remaining family is small but mighty as they try to move forward with their loved ones watching over them.
We'll pick up these pieces and we will forever remember their names and shout it from the rooftops.
Now, this is our first time hearing from those relatives since last week's tragic crime spree. Relatives told me today this is their first step in healing from their loss.
Why?
Rated teen.
So who why did he kill them? LaDonna? He was found in Texas. He drove all the way to Texas and killed himself. He killed his whole family. They were all grown. He killed his whole family and then drove to Texas and killed himself? That is terrible. I wonder if they were all asleep or something. Because that sounds crazy. So one person lived. He was 23 years old. So here it says, Kirsten, did you change your picture on your thing? Okay, so it says, is this him? Oh, yes. Okay, on January 21st, 2024, a gunman opened fire on 3 separate occasions. So he went to 3 separate places. A total of 8 people were killed and 1 person was injured. He was 23-year-old Romeo Nance, who was related to 7 of the victims, and fatally shot himself a day later after being confronted by law enforcement near Natalia. Oh, I remember that. It is the deadliest mass shooting in Illinois history, surpassing the Highland Park and Palatine. Wow. At around 4:15, the perpetrator, Romeo Nance, drove by a 42-year-old man who was getting items out of his car in a 200 block of Davis Street in Joliet. Nance briefly stopped, and the two exchanged words before Nance drove on. After the man crossed the street, Nance returned from the other direction and opened fire, striking the man in the leg before driving away. About 10 minutes later, the Will County Sheriff's Office responded to the Pheasant Run apartments complex in Preston Heights, where officers discovered 28-year-old Toyosi Bakar with a gunshot wound in the head. Bakar was transported to a local hospital where he later died. Using surveillance footage from the shootings, the sheriff's office was able to identify the perpetrator and vehicle, but were unable to locate either. Deputies then set up surveillance near Nance's home in the 2200 block of West Acres Road in Joliet at around midnight. After about 12 hours, deputies approached Nance's home and spotted blood outside and subsequently made entry. Inside, they found 47-year-old Tamika Nance and 35-year-old William Esters, the second, dead of gunshot wounds. The sheriff's office then contacted the Joliet Police Department. Officers checked a second house on the same block because it was inhabited by some of the Nance's family members. Inside, they found 37-year-old Christine Esters, 31-year-old Joshua Nance, 20-year-old Alexandria Nance, 14-year-old Angel Nance, 16-year-old Alana Nance, all dead from gunshot wounds. For unknown reasons, Nance then drove to South Texas, where police believed he stopped at a mall and acquired Texas license plates, which he put onto his vehicle to attempt to throw authorities off his trail. At around 8:30 the following day, the U.S. Marshals located Nance in Natalia. Nance then confronted by police at a gas station just outside of Natalia, and he fatally shot himself with a handgun during a standoff with police. All the victims, except the 42-year-old man and Bakar, were related to Nance, but police believe Bakar was connected to Nance in some way. Police also said that Nance had a criminal history, but have yet to disclose what that entails. Shortly after the shootings, Kylie Cleveland Singleton, the girlfriend of Romeo Nance, was arrested and charged with felony obstruction of justice. Oh. So he had the wherewithal to change his license plate. Yeah. So he wasn't that crazy. I wonder what his deal was. It doesn't say, that's the thing about crimes. Like, you don't really know the why. You know what happened, when it happened, how it happened. You have all of those answers, but you don't really ever get the why. And that's what, when you do interviews and interrogations, that's what you're always looking for, is the why. And it's always hard to get that pulled out of that person. You're always trying to get the why. At the end of the day, most, I won't say all of the time, when you do interviews and interrogations and you sit down across from that person and you know all of the answers and you're just getting their side of the story, you always want to know why they did it. And sometimes you'll actually, most of the time, you're never going to know why. That's why when prosecutors go up and they have their opening statements and they have their theory, they have their story, their narrative that they spin, but it's because they don't know why. That's why when they have, like, well, it was for insurance purposes, or it was for, revenge or jealousy or whatever. That's why. It's because that's the only thing that they can think of in their mind of why this person would have done this. But we have no idea why this guy, Daryl Brooks, he denies it was him. So, it's usually one of those reasons, but this guy, it just doesn't make any sense, right? There's no sense to this. And the reason why we have to have a why is because for people like us, in our minds, we have to make sense of it. There has to be a way to make logical sense, because we think with logic. People who do things like this don't think with logic. So, wow, how did I get fireworks? That's so cool. Yeah. Oh, what live trial? Who killed the, what channel is that on? How did I get fireworks? That was really cool. I don't know how that happened. Did y'all see the fireworks? Am I crazy? What channel is that on, LaDonna? LaDonna, you're like sending me to like 10 different things, okay, lady? God. Yeah, Sarah Boone's going to be way more fun. Yeah, how did I get fireworks? That's really cool. I don't know how that happened. Okay, I'm just making sure I'm not losing my mind. I mean, I am. That was gone a long time ago. I already lost that. So, where's it at though, LaDonna? I'm telling you, man, LaDonna's my pot stirrer. She's in here just doing this. She's like all the time. She is the wild. She's like the let me throw this at the wall. She's that one. Let me throw this out there. See if that'll stick. Let me throw this. Oh, Sarah Boone's gonna be fun. I don't know. She might drive us crazy. She might drive us to the brink of insanity. But Daryl Brooks was one that was like, man, I don't know. I've given enough for LaDonna. I've given her enough homework that she should have enough to do. She's got to watch Falling Down. She has 4 John Wicks to go through. And the thing about John Wick is she's going to have to watch them pretty intently to pay attention to what's happening, because it is pretty freaking awesome. Which so she has homework, okay? Sorry, Kirsten. I'm sorry. You're right. Dang it. I have to find a way to like have a translator thing on here. I know. I'm trying to keep LaDonna busy, man. She's a busybody enough as it is. She's all up in the business, you know? Had to feel LaDonna out for a little bit at first, you know, because I didn't know if she really liked me. So I was like wondering, I was worried at first, but then I realized that's just LaDonna. Don't you, who are you telling, LaDonna? What you talking about? I'm on the ID channel. I'm on Hulu. I'm on these shows. What do you mean? What are you talking? I am on these TV shows. I am on How I Caught My Killer. I am on what shows am I on? I've been on so many crime shows I can't even tell you which ones I'm on. I do crime reenactment shows. I'm on darn it, what show am I on? Oh, I love Fear Thy Neighbors. Man, those people are crazy. Woo! Over the dumbest things too. Holy bejeez. I'm on several shows that do crime reenactment. Look, I did one show, but it's all silent, so you don't have any speaking lines. You just like reenact, right, the scenes. So I did one where I had to play a wife. Now get this crap, y'all. Get this. So I show up to set, right? I had my hair all blown out. My makeup did. I looked so good, y'all. I was ready for this. No. They asked for a brunette. I was a brunette. I looked good. I was ready to go. Then they were like, hey, can you put this wig on? Because I had to play a woman. I have to look that guy's name up. I'm pretty sure I know, but I don't know names. I had to put this wig on because this woman, I'm not lying, she kept this hairdo, straight up wore this hairdo through the 2000s, but it was like, I think I got a picture somewhere. I got to find it. But I had to wear this wig that looked like I was in a 90s hairband. So my hair, I looked like it was a mullet from like nobody, like you wouldn't believe. I rocked the heck out of that thing though. I was like, hell yeah, give me that sucker. I'll put that on. Y'all, I had on this mullet. I rocked the hell out of that mullet though. And yeah, so I had to wear that mullet the whole time. After I done had my hair blown out, y'all know do you know what a blowout cost? Okay. But I did it. I wore that mullet and I rocked that mullet. And there aren't any speaking lines because you're just like doing the reenactment parts. You know, you've seen that stuff, LaDonna, on those shows. And I had to play a part where, so I was cheating on my husband, okay, and I killed my husband, okay. You never had a blowout? It's amazing. It sounds dirty, but it's awesome. But I had to play a cheating wife, and I killed my husband, and I was plotting his death and all that shenanigans. Well, there was one part where I was being interrogated, and we're allowed to talk because they're not filming sound anyway, so you can talk or whatever. And they showed me a picture of my husband, and I was sitting there across from the detectives, right? And they were like, look at your husband. This is your husband, right? You cheated on him. And I was like, what the hell? You cheat on him too, if this is what he looked like. And everybody in the room was like dying laughing. And they were like, don't you do drugs and this and that? And I'm like, Doesn't everybody in Oklahoma do drugs? I mean, I had to make it fun because, you know, you don't have any lines, and everybody. There was a guy there that was from Oklahoma, and he was like, hold on a minute." I was like, so yeah, I had to wear a mullet after having my hair done, and then that was fun. My car's been in a lot of when I had my car, I had a Dodge Charger, and it had to be in a lot of those shows too because it had to be used as a police car. But yeah, nothing like going to set, being all ready to go, looking all great. I mean, you know, it's a joke. I mean, and it was a joke. Okay, I know somebody real died, but I mean, dang. I mean, I was trying to have fun. And I was like, well, I mean, dang, if that was my husband, I'd cheat on him too. I mean, dang. You can't take things too seriously. But yeah. I gotta find my picture of me in the mullet. That's pretty funny. It was I mean, it was big. That hair was up to here. It was a big hair, like big hair mullet. So I can only imagine. I can't even remember. Yeah, it's, you know, you got to have it. It's fun. It is fun. But yeah, I've been on those shows, and I can't remember what else I've been on, but it's on Hulu. That show is. I think it's I can't remember what it's called. I Caught My Killer or something like that. What the next? God dang it! You sound like me talking to my man. You know that thing and the thing with the thing. You know what I'm talking about. Something about Patty or whatever her name is. She killed her mom and then ended up killing her best friend's neighbor. I have this blank look on my face because my brain is literally empty right now. And the husband went to jail, and then he got out, and then she kidnapped somebody and killed them and said they tried to rob her. Come on, trial junkies, spit it out. What is it? Could you draw it for us? It has 2 syllables. Wait, is that how you do it when you do Pictionary, whatever? What's that game people play? See, now we're all playing it. Now we're all doing it, LaDonna. Thanks. You know, that game everybody plays when they get together when it was in the 60s and they were like doing the shadow thing. What's that called? Oh, great. Now I have to look this up. I want to type some crap in. Y'all always make me do this, make me type some crap in. And then I'm like, it's going to pull up God knows what. I'm going to have the FBI watching me again. Killed mom and killed her neighbor's best friend. Okay, I'm going to type that in there. Oh, Lord. Well, that just pulled up a whole ton of people. Oh, Pam. Pam, the thing about, oh, yeah, it's on Hulu. Yeah. That woman's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Wait, no, did she kill her mom? Oh, yeah, she did kill her mom. See, if you left the mom part out, she killed that guy that came into her house. Yeah. She killed her best friend. Yeah. I don't know about her mom. The mom thing came later. She killed her best friend though. The thing about yeah. That was a good one with Renee Zellweger. That was a good one. I've watched all her interviews. She's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, that woman. That was a good one. Who knew we would be on here just shooting the... We do this all the time. We end up just shooting the breeze for like God knows how long about whatever. And somehow we don't end up in an argument. It's amazing. This is amazing. It's amazing. I don't even know how this happens. We just chitty chat. Y'all gotta spread the news, man. We are lots of dead people, man, in John Wick. Keanu Reeves is badass. Yeah, you just put in John Wick. I mean, yeah, we just somehow end up being on here just talking away. Probably people look at my lives and are like, dang, this chick never shuts up. I know. I don't know how it happens. And I have no friends. Y'all are like my only outlet. It's so crazy. I swear. This is why I have no friends though, because I can't get along with people. I wonder why that is. Oh man, he loves John Wick. You don't know. That's the only... If he didn't love John Wick so much, I would not get away with all this Keanu stuff. He bought me all this. He bought me all this stuff. He got me these limited edition Berserker magazines or comic books, because Keanu Reeves also has his own comic where he's the main character. I'm an Aquarius, ma'am, and I'm the year of the tiger. So yeah. Thank you, Kirsten. I love that. Ich liebe dich. Ich liebe dich. Yes, they're going to make it a series. I'm excited. See, look at all these zodiacs in here getting along. See, in South Korea, we ask you what your blood type is. That's how they know if you're a good match or not. It is so cool. You know, the Black Forest, all that I remember about the Black Forest Trial Junkies is the snails. I remember being a kid going through the Black Forest and stepping on an endless amount of snails. That's what I remember. I was a kid, so I don't have much memory of it, but I do know that I've been to the Black Forest. I remember stepping on snail after snail after snail after snail. It was very traumatizing to me as a child because I didn't want to step on them, and they were just everywhere. So I don't remember snails in California. I do love California as a scenic area. It is very, very pretty, but as a place to be, as far as, I don't know, you know what I mean. Place to visit is nice. A place to be for a long, long time, no. I would not want to be in California. I love San Diego. It is my favorite place in California. That is my favorite part. I love San Diego. My man is from California. I lived in California for a while. I went to high school in California. I've been everywhere, y'all. I mean, it's just crazy how y'all get on here and I'm like, oh, I've been there. Oh, I've been there. I haven't been to South Africa though. I wish I could say I have for Jenny because I would love to go, but I haven't been there. But yeah, I love California. It's really, really cool, beautiful because you can go from like beaches to snow and all in the same state. It's gorgeous. Oh, that's cool. I haven't been to San Francisco. I've always wanted to go, but now I don't want to go. That's so cool that you're so close to Denmark, Kirsten. Although I will say I like I can tell a German accent much easier than I can a Danish accent, which is really. Oh, really? I don't think I've been to. I don't remember if I've been to Denmark or not. I think my parents went. I don't remember. If I have, I was really little. Yeah, I think I have European, but I don't think I don't know. I have to look at my ancestry thing again. It's Korean. Mostly Korean, and then European, but that's all I can remember. Yeah. Their accent is really strange. It's different. Have you ever done the ancestry or anybody done one of those DNA things? I can just tell you it's not made for Asians. It don't tell you jack about your Asian heritage. Like nothing. Oh yeah, that's true. I think so. I agree with that. Yeah, around the holidays they'll have like a sale. I finally cracked and did it, even though I knew it wasn't. Like even my nail guy was like, "Don't do it. It's not for Asians. It won't tell you anything." But I was just so curious to find out anything about my Korean family, and it literally tells you nothing that I didn't already know. It's like you're 50% Korean. No crap. Thank you. Yeah, I just said European and Korean. I think I have like a itty bitty bit of like Scottish and Irish and whatever, but other than that, I don't. What's funny is one of my like all of my friends that I do have, the few friends that I do have, I whatever, trial junkies, your DNA is already out there. Like if you think about it, that's why I didn't want to do mine either, but I was like, whatever, my DNA is already out there and they're already tracking me on my phone and all this kind of crap. So whatever. But all the few friends that I do have they're black. So my friend Lynette, she did hers and she's from New Orleans. So she calls me after she gets hers back and she's like, "You will not believe this." And I was like, what? And she's like, I am only 26% black. And I'm like, what? Because I'm pretty sure you're black. She's like, but no. She finds out that she's like, and she's not even like, and she's from New Orleans. She don't have any French in her. She none of that. No. She's like Irish, Scottish, all this other shenanigans. No. She was so mad, like so mad that she found out she was only like 26%. I'm like, but I'm pretty sure you look black. But she was, yeah, she's 26% black. So it's hilarious. She was mad. She was hot mad. And then my other friend back home in Alabama, she's mixed. She's well, I guess she's half black, half white, right? But she does not claim the white side at all. She is like, and actually she's lighter, like we're probably the same color, I guess you could say. That's how light skinned she is. One time she got pulled over by the cops, and like her kids are darker than she is, right? The cop pulled her over and put white on the ticket. She was so mad. She was like, what the heck? And then my other best friend in Dallas, she's black. And she and I just like, we don't talk about, we try to stay away from any topics. Like we'll talk a little bit about politics and stuff, but we really don't, because she's like a huge Kamala Harris fan. And I'm like, you're an educated woman, but we just don't, because she's like big into, she's not big. I'm bigger into that kind of stuff than she is. So she just doesn't talk about it. So, but yeah. So it's funny that my friend from New Orleans, man, I tell you what, have you seen that movie Passing? I watched this movie. It's like from the 1960s or something. I watched this movie called Passing. If you've not seen that, LaDonna, was very interesting. And they made that way back in the day. Yeah, I'm adopted, so I don't know anything about my Korean. I met my Korean family once, and so I don't really know a whole lot. That's why I did the test, because I wanted to know. But it doesn't tell you anything about it. It's not made for Asians at all. I did not realize there is a famous actress that passed. Dorna was her name. Oh, have you seen it, LaDonna? It was really good, right? It was very interesting. I didn't realize how many people did that. I didn't even know that was a thing, actually, until I saw that movie. I didn't know people did that. Shows how much I know. Yeah. It was risky though, because like just watching that movie, like it was very risky. Imitation of Life. Let me see what you're talking. See, that's the thing. Asians can't pass. Lana Turner, didn't she pass? Or no? Was she one that? Or not? Or am I thinking something else? Oh, now I have homework. You're hilarious, LaDonna. I love that. I love old movies, man. Oh, wow. 1934? Wow. Oh, okay. Yeah, I love learning about stuff like that because it's so cool. Yeah, Asians can't pass. I mean, I guess I could because a lot of people don't even know that I'm half Korean. They just think I'm white, which is really annoying. But I looked Asian when I was a kid, y'all. I had the bowl cut and everything, okay? Just so y'all know. I may not look it now, but I looked it when I was a kid. So no, but we'll watch this trailer together. Since we're all one big happy fam right now.
Love? But you've always had that. Yes, by telephone, by postcard, by magazine interviews. You've given me everything. But yourself. I'm white. White. White!
Starring Lana Turner as the great stage star Laura Merritt. The men in her life, John Gavin, Dan O'Herlihy, Robert Alden.
If the Dramatist Club wants to eat and sleep with you, you eat and sleep with them.
It's disgusting.
It pays off.
Her daughter, Sandra Dee, Susan Kohner, who was born to be hurt.
I don't want to have to come through back doors or feel lower than other people or apologize for my mother's color. Don't say she can't help her color. But I can.
Juanita Moore, hers was the shame and the pain.
There, Jane Johnson. You put your clothes on and get out of this place.
And the incomparable Mahalia Jackson.
From the Lord of the world, I'm going to
I'm not asking you not to go down there, Laura. I'm telling you.
And what makes you think you have that right?
Because I love you. Isn't that enough?
No, Steve, I'm sorry.
All the kids talking behind my back. Is it true?
No!
Are you black?
No, I'm as white as you!
You're lying!
I'm not! I'd like to hold you in my arms once more. Like you were still my baby. All right. Oh, Sarah Jane. Oh, my baby. I love it.
An invitation. An invitation of love.
Oh man, that's crazy. That was made in the 1930s, y'all. Wow. That's a big deal. That's huge. I got to see that cuz that's crazy. That's what makes me mad when people say that I don't know how you feel about this, LaDonna, but this is why I think that they don't make real good movies anymore or anything decent anymore. Oh, I don't think they make good films anymore because they're so busy these days. This is why I left Hollywood. One of the reasons why I left Hollywood. They're so busy trying to please the agenda that they're forgetting how to make any good films. But like that was made in the 1930s. So when I hear people being like, oh, the first African American this, the first Asian this, the first that, I'm like, no, you're not. You're not the first at anything. You know, I'm like, there were people long before you that were crushing it and that were doing amazing. I mean, like, look at that. That was in the freaking 30s. I mean, there were people that were like blazing trails long before any of these other people that are getting up there talking about, oh, this is the first this, the first that. No, you're not the first anything. Like, look at this stuff. Like, there were Black actors, there were Asian actors, there were people in films that were doing stuff long before you ever thought of doing it. And they were doing groundbreaking stuff like that. To be made in the 30s is wow. I mean, wow. That's awesome. I mean, making that, I mean, that's awesome. Like, that's something, like, people don't look back. They don't know. They don't know. Like, old Hollywood was really pushing boundaries that people don't even know. And if they watch something like that, they could see that that's a major deal. Yeah, To Kill a Mockingbird. Yeah, we had to watch that here, Kirsten. So that's a required, or it was. I don't know if it is now, but back in the day, it was a required book to read and a required movie to watch when we were in school. There's no new ideas in the movies anymore, Trial Junkies. It's all rebooted, remade. It's all recycled crap, garbage. So it's not anything new. So yeah, I'm gonna watch that because that's really cool that was made in the 30s, and here we are, you know, for like, I hate when people say stuff, but my uncle, my Korean uncle, his name, I want to do a documentary about him. His name is Soon Taek Oh. He was the very first Korean American actor ever in the States. And he created the East West theaters in LA along with James Hong, who was in Everywhere, Everything, All at Once. He was the dad in the wheelchair, if you guys haven't seen that movie. But they created the East West Theater. My uncle was in 007 Goldfinger. He was in Missing in Action with Chuck Norris. So my uncle, like, you know, when they talk about all these Asian actors now, they're like, oh, Asians are taking over and this and that and the other. And they're like, oh, look at Anna May Wong. She blazed the trail. Look at this, look at that. And I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. Not any time, not one single time has any Asian actor got up there and said, you know, thanks to Soon Taek Oh, because no one has ever even mentioned my uncle, not one time. And I'm just like, you guys, that's really insulting, because if they talk about Bruce Lee a lot, but they don't talk not one thing about my uncle. And it's really annoying because he's the one who actually was the first Korean American actor. This is my uncle. He was in the original Mulan. He was in Charlie's Angels. This is him in the Goldfinger films. He died of Alzheimer's, which is really sad. He was in Mulan. He played the father. He was also in Beverly Hills Ninja with Chris Farley. Yeah, this is James Bond 007. And he's the one in Missing in Action that put the rat bag over Chuck Norris's head. And I'm actually working with the oh yeah, Man with the Golden Gun. That's it. Man with the Golden Gun. That's it. Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll work through the names of stuff. Yeah, well, between all of us, we'll get it. He was in a movie with Kathy Bates called A Place to Call Home. He also voiced in the, I want to say in one of the other Mulans. He was the original Mulan. I've been trying to get in touch with Chuck Norris for the longest time because he's here in Texas and I want to talk to him before he dies because he's 80 something years old. And I'd like to see what it was like to work with him because I want to talk to him and Kathy Bates. But I can't get in touch with Chuck Norris. I've reached out to him on every social media, everything. I can't get in touch with him. I have someone who might know Kathy Bates that can get in touch with her. I am in touch with the East West Theaters Club. I'm in touch with a couple of other people that know him, but my uncle was very, very, very private. And didn't give a lot of information. I have met my cousin James, but that was back when I was a teenager. So we're all trying to find my cousin James to get some more information about my uncle. But I have not seen my family my Korean family since I was 16. So obviously it's been a very long time. But he died in 2018 of Alzheimer's. So, but yeah, I would like to do a documentary, even if it's a YouTube doc. But I am in contact with some people that want to tribute him for all that he's contributed to the Asian community and to the acting community. Chuck lives somewhere between here and Dallas. He has a ranch that he actually even like allows people to go hunting on and stuff. So he also has a water bottle, a water that he sells. So yeah, I've been trying to reach out to him. Well, I have been reaching out to him and I'm not getting any response. So yeah, I would like to learn as much as I can about my uncle, but he was very, very private about his wife and his son. My cousin, when I met him, was my favorite. He was my favorite cousin. He was so cool. So, yeah, Chuck's been making a new movie. Of course, he's playing a tough guy. Oh, you know Trial Junkies? Yeah, so so it's kind of cool. So obviously acting is just kind of in my genes, I guess, but obviously I left Hollyweird because it's weird. But yeah. So yeah, LaDonna's got connections. Now I need her to spidey web that stuff out. She's the bigwig in here. She's my connect. I gotta get her working her magic. But now she's got so much homework to do. I don't know. Maybe I should made that her homework. Getting the word out. Kirsten's staying up way past her bedtime. Oh, okay. While you're not in Facebook jail? Yeah, that's it. Lone Wolf Ranch. Yeah, that's it. I have messaged. I've even reached out to Chuck's son and like, yo, I need to get in touch with your dad. Yeah, so yeah, I've I don't know. I have found one really good article that was written about my uncle that's the most detailed article or most detailed information about him that I found because he was so private that he didn't really do much talking about. I got to look on IMDb. I canceled my IMDb because I used to have I have an IMDb for myself for my that shows my acting stuff, but I canceled it. So I don't have my IMDb anymore, so I can't find out who his agent is because I don't pay for it. So I don't know who his agent is, or else I would reach out to his manager or agent. So, but I'll keep trying. I'll find somebody. I still have some connections in the industry, but not. I never had any real major ones, but I have some people who know people who know people. If that makes any sense. So. You gonna make a cocktail now, LaDonna? What time is it where you're at? Where are you at again? Philly. It's 6. Girls, 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock here. All right, Kirsten. Oh yeah, you need to get some sleep. Okay. Well, I gotta walk my dogs. And I need to eat because I haven't eaten all day. I just realized I've been sitting here hanging out with you guys and I haven't eaten all day and it's after 5. So well, I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you for joining. Thanks for just hanging. This was fun. I love just hanging out. This is a good time. Look at you, trial junkies. Man, this is why I have this channel, is because I just get, connected with stuff. Have a good night, Kirsten. Thank you so much. I'm glad you were on here. I missed you. Eric Kritzer. I'm going to write that down. Oh, there he is. Link Entertainment. Oh, thank you. I'm so glad you think this is intellectual, LaDonna. That makes me feel good. Oh, because I always say if I had a brain, I'd be dangerous. Whew, I might rule the world or something. Who knows? But apparently that's saying too much because I guess you don't need a brain to do that anymore. So that's a stretch, honey. That's asking for too much. Good Lord. If I did have a brain, I would rule the world. Because, I mean, these days you don't need a brain to do jack. So I could, if I had a brain, I would have $100 million. And then everyone would say I'm rich. Finally. And the intellectual just went. It just nosedived. Just when you thought you had it, LaDonna, just went. Okay, well, go make your cocktail. I am going to walk my doggies and make me something to eat, I guess. And you're gonna make the grill, turn on the music, smoke a little bit. I'm gonna eat. Ooh, I gotta get me some new gummies. I'm out of gummies, y'all. Ooh, I need my gummies. I will see y'all later. I'll let you know what the new trial will be that we're gonna watch. It'll be something. 감사합니다 means thank you in Korean. 감사합니다.